In today's value-packed video, we are going to be building a production-ready complex app. Now, we're going to be also leveraging all kinds of tools and apps to add some very, very powerful and practical functionality to the app. And we're also going to be including some very, very interesting and innovative features in our app to make the app a lot more user-friendly and add lots of value to our users. Now, make sure you watch this video until the end. You're going to learn a ton of things, lots of things that I've never really talked about before on this channel. And do let me know if you have any questions below the video. Now, before we get started, as always, all the apps and all the resources that I talk about on this channel, you can view and or clone them from my Patreon page. And this definitely includes this app right here. And so if you want to get access to this app, as well as all the other apps, definitely check out our amazing Patreon community and consider becoming a member. Oh, and one really quick thing, I'm offering a flash discount to my amazing Mastering FlutterFlow and Mastering Supabase training. So if you're serious about taking your no-code knowledge to the next step, then definitely join our amazing community. You can learn more about the trainings and the amazing flash discounts, which is only going to last for the next 24 hours, in the description below the video. So definitely check it out and come join our amazing private community. All right, so in this tutorial, we are going to be building a grocery delivery app. Okay, so we're going to be covering lots of things. We're going to be using lots of interesting tools, and we're also going to be showcasing some very interesting functionality that I really haven't covered before. And that is because the app that we're going to be modeling upon has some really good, interesting functionality that I want to include in this tutorial. And so our app is going to be a grocery delivery app. It's going to have, things like product display, order processing, order fulfillment, real-time order tracking. We're going to be using a Supabase backend, and we're going to have some BuildShip integration. Okay, so things like for payment processing, push notifications, lots of interesting functionality. And so the tools and the apps that we're going to be using: FlutterFlow for our main app, Supabase for our backend, BuildShip for integrations, as well as Stripe for order processing. Okay, now let's talk about the different pages, the different flows that we're going to be including in this app. So we're going to start out with our homepage. Okay, so here we have our homepage. On the homepage, we are going to be, just showing, different things. So on this page, there is some price drops, some different suggestions. So as always, homepage has a lot of things, and we're going to decide later in the app, when we start, building the app, what kind of things do we want to show. Okay, we'll see. Next, we have the categories view. So in this categories view, we have search products, and, we have our categories, right? So you can click on the category and see all the products in that category. Here we have a view called My Essentials. Okay, and so the idea is here, they're basically suggesting different products based upon your orders, right? So if you've made a couple of orders and you have, let's say, products that you're constantly ordering, right? So in those two orders, you have, like, let's say 10 products that you placed in both orders, right? So you may want to include in this My Essentials. So we'll see, right? Maybe we'll use some AI for this view to recommend some products. Maybe we'll show some price drops. We'll see. Next, we have the main profile page. Okay, and so this is this account page right here. Remember, we're going along the tabs here. So this is the fourth tab. This is the account page, and we have things like personal data, addresses, payment methods, my orders, help, privacy and data, etc., etc. This is going to be our standard account view. Now, let's say you click on my orders. This is what you're going to be seeing, right? So if you click on my orders, you're going to see a list of orders, and depending on what's happening with the order, so this is a delivered order, but let's say there's another order that's pending or processing, you may see something like this, right? So I guess this is going to be the view if you click here. Okay, so you're going to be seeing like that was delivered on this date, etc., etc. Now, depending on with what's happening with the order, right? So if you come back here on this home page, it's not showing the order, but let's say you have a pending order, then your home page is going to look something like this. So you have a pending order, it's currently being prepared, but once it's delivered, it's not going to show here, right? So this is kind of this, it's going to show this order widget if the order is, from, being placed until delivered. So if it's delivered, it's not going to show up here. So this is another little area. And if your order is being prepared or it's anything but delivered, right? So it's, you're actively tracking the order, you still haven't received the order, you're going to be seeing a page that looks something like this. It might say prepared, your order is now prepared and charged, but it hasn't been delivered yet. Okay, so something like this. All right, so let's continue on. Next, we have the order detail view. Okay, so always an important page, always important functionality. And here, you have your order image, you have the title, maybe the packaging of the order, if it's by kilo, if it's by pound, if it's by slice. In this case, this is bread, it's 14 slices. This is the price, etc. And so now what's interesting here is we have our first very cool UI effect. So this page here is showing an order, showing a product that has not been added to the shopping cart. So if you add this to the shopping cart, you're going to be seeing this. So this is going to change. So now you have one unit and you see these two buttons. Okay, so instead of seeing this one button, you're seeing these buttons here. Okay, and obviously you can add more. And if you add one more, instead of seeing this thing, you're going to see a minus. And this is going to say 2 units. So there are like 3 different states. This is the state when when this product hasn't been added to the shopping cart. This is the state when you have one of these units added to the shopping cart. And then there's another state that, kind of looks like this, right? It's going to say like 2 units or, 2 plus units, right? 2 or more units. And you're going to have minus and plus. So this is going to be minus and plus, right? So keep that in mind. It's going to be an interesting kind of effect that we're going to be doing there. So keep that in mind. Now, the next thing that I want to show you is this interesting UI effect. So we have the homepage here, but if we have an item in the shopping cart, we are going to be seeing this little kind of overlay, you can call it, kind of this overlay, showing us how many items we have in the shopping cart. Okay, so we have 1 unit, and then we have the estimated cost, and then you can click on view cart. So the idea here is it's the same UI, it's the same effect, but we are essentially going to be seeing this kind of overlay. Okay, now we have never done this before, and you may be wondering how you can do it, right? How is this accomplished, right? How is this achieved? And actually, it's very, very easy to do, but there's still a couple of things that you need to know. And so if you want to see how this is done, you're going to see this when we're going to be building this page. Now, when you click on view cart, you're going to be looking at a screen that looks something like this. So you're going to have this view cart, but this is not going to be a separate page. This is going to be kind of this flyover, right? I think it's called, I forgot what it's called in FlutterFlow. It's called some kind of a drawer that pops up from the bottom. I forgot the exact name, but this is not a view. This is kind of like a pop-up. Essentially, it's a special kind of pop-up. Okay. Now, what's interesting on this page here is that you have that same effect that you had on the detail page. Okay, and so you're seeing these items. So if you have one item, this is what you see. But if you have more than one item, right? So 2 and over, right? 2 and more, 2, 3, 4, 5, etc., etc. You're going to be seeing this flow here. Okay, so you have your item here, you have the picture, you have the name, and if you have one item, you're going to be seeing this trash icon. Okay, so you can delete this whole thing, remove this item from your shopping cart. But if you have more than one, you're not going to be seeing a trash icon. You're going to be seeing a minus icon. And that means that you can, decrease the units. And once you get to 1 unit, when you have 1 unit of this thing, of this product in the shopping cart, you're going to be seeing this trash icon. Okay, so another really good effect, very similar to this. In fact, it's the exact same thing, but in a different view. Okay, so you're going to be seeing how to do that. And last but not least, we again have a home page with the confirmed order. Okay, so this is this thing here, what I was talking about, right? So if the order is anywhere from confirmed, so like the first stage, until almost delivered, so out for delivery, let's say, you're going to be seeing the order here. Okay, and if the order is delivered, you're not going to be seeing it here. Okay, all right, so these are our UI flows. Now the next thing that I want to talk about is our database schema. So this is as important as designing the actual app, because your schema essentially grows along with your app. It's kind of, the flip side of your app, if you will. On one side, you have the actual app. On the other side, you have your schema. So it's kind of this coin with two sides, right? Heads and tails, essentially. And this is kind of what we have for the initial stages of the app. And like I say, all the time when I, start building an app is, I reserve the right to kind of change the schema around as I'm building the app. Okay, and this is kind of what we have. And I think this looks good. This looks good just to kind of get started with. So we have the products table, and this is going to have, all the products. Okay, so very self-explanatory. We have the categories table. This is going to have all the categories, right? So this is a top level table. This is going to have a one-to-many relationship, right? So you're going to have, a product that's for a category. Okay, so a category might have multiple products, but a product can only belong to one category. So that's a classical one-to-many relationship here. Next, we have a shopping cart. Now, this here is a table that may contain shopping cart information. Okay, the idea is here, we don't want the user to start kind of using our app, add items to the shopping cart, and then close the app and they lose all the items. So it's good practice to save items to the shopping cart as well, but maybe this is something we are going to kind of let the app handle, because with FlutterFlow you can do persistent app storage, app state, which means that your app state might get saved along, with the app information. So we'll see. Maybe we're going to be storing it here as well, or maybe we're only going to be using it, just doing it with the app's persistent app state. We'll see. Next, we have the orders here, right? So this is a main orders table, and this is going to contain information for just orders as a whole, right? So you might have, you placed an order today, you might have like for 20 items, 20 products, but it's all part of a single order, okay? Next, we have order items, and this is actually kind of the specifics for this order. So you have one order, but that order has, 20 products, right? So you can think of these order items as essentially products, right? It's a one-to-one relationship to products, because that's what order items are. They're essentially products. Product IDs. Next, we have shipping info, and this is going to be kind of one-to-one relationship to order, where for each order, once the product, the order is ready to be sent, we're going to have various shipping information. So things like, like the address, the courier, the shipping company, the tracking number, the shipping status. Is it out for delivery? Has it been delivered? Maybe the owner is not home when it was attempted, when there wasn't a delivery attempt, etc., etc. So this is kind of going to be a one-to-one relationship to an order, because for one order you're going to have one shipping info to that specific order. Next, we have my essentials, and the idea is for this thing here, my essentials, where we're displaying recommended products, essentially. So we'll see how we're going to be doing that. Maybe we're going to be using AI. Maybe it's going to be just a simple view of, frequently added products. We'll see. And last but not least, we have the user profile that we're going to be storing information here. So things like personal data, addresses, payment methods, maybe, stuff like that, right? My orders is going to be stored in the orders table, but this is going to have things like personal data, addresses, things like that. And so that is all that we have for now for our Supabase schema. All right, so the next thing that I want to do is I want to set up my Supabase backend with these tables here so we can start building the app. So here I am in my Supabase account. I'm using the free plan, so I have a project here without any tables that we're going to be using to set up our schema. Okay, so let's get started. Let's start off with categories, right? Because products is going to be linking to categories. So we need to start with categories first. I'm going to create a new table. I'm just going to say categories, and I'm just going to add one column, and that's going to be just the name. Okay, and this is going to be text here. That's it. So we have ID created at, which are fields that are created for us with pretty much any table that we have. They're like automatic fields. You can delete them if you want, right? But I would just recommend leaving them there, right? These two fields are very, very useful. So it is a good thing that they are being included automatically. Next, now let's go ahead and create products. So I'm going to click on new tables. Table products, and now we can create a link. Okay, so we're gonna do a foreign key, but before we have this relation, I'm just gonna say category ID, right? And now we can create this relation. So we are linking to categories, and we're saying category ID, and this is gonna be to this ID here. Okay, so now we have this relationship here. This category ID to public categories.id. All right, so that's our second table. Next, I'm going to do shopping cart. And shopping cart is that table that, you know, the purpose is to save the shopping cart information so that it doesn't get deleted if the user, you know, exits the app or the app crashes. So let's go ahead and do shopping cart. Now, what is shopping cart going to have? Well, shopping cart is just going to have products. That's it. It's just basically, it's just going to have different product IDs. So I'm going to put product ID here. Product ID and also the quantity, right? So it's not just the product, but also quantity. Okay, so this is going to link to another table, okay, and quantity is going to be just numeric. Okay, so we're going to create a relationship. We're going to link to products, and we are going to come in here, product ID. Okay, hit save, and it creates this relationship here, this product ID to products.id. Okay, and so that way it's not just, you know, anything, right? It's an actual product that we can look up, and so you can say something like this bread product ID, you know, 1. And quantity is 3, and then you can have all of these, you know, have more and more rows, and that's your shopping cart essentially. Also, very, very importantly, we need the user ID as well. Okay, so very important. So I'm glad I remember that, right? Because if you think about products and categories, there's no user ID. These are just general table. But once we get into shopping cart, orders, etc., we need to link them to a user. So I'm going to come here and I'm going to say user ID, and I am going to say, well, we're going to do a foreign key, and in this case, I'm going to do auth, and I'm going to say users. Okay, and this is going to be this ID here, save. Okay, so now we have this relationship, user ID, hit save. Okay, and so now what I like to do, I'd like to put it right here. So that is the first thing. I like to have my relationships kind of in the beginning. So now we have user ID, product ID, quantity. So that way you can create multiple rows, and each row is going to be a product quantity linked to a specific user ID. Next, let's do orders, and we're going to do new table orders. Okay, so now for orders, there's really like, we're not going to be storing the actual products, right? Because that's the order items. That's the next table. Orders is going to have just general order information. Okay, so we need the user ID, obviously. I'm going to put user ID. I'm going to create a relation. I'm going to say users, and I'm going to say order user ID. This is going to be this here. So we have a relationship. And what else do we need? Well, we also might need some kind of order information. So when you're placing an order, typically you specify when you want it to have delivered, right? So that's how this app works. And with this app, you can specify like a window of time. There's like a 2-hour window. So like from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m., from 12 p.m. to 2 p.m., etc., etc. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add 2 fields. So I'm going to say time from, and I'm going to say time to. Okay, and I'm going to say, I'm going to save them as, you know, as a timestamp Z. So Z includes the time zone, and this one does not include a time zone. Okay, so do we want to include a time zone? Well, that depends if you need time zone information, right? I know a lot of people ask the question, which one should I use? Well, if you're building like a local app that's only going to be available in a certain city, with a certain time zone, then you don't really need time zone, right? So, if I live in New York City and this app is only going to serve New York City, then obviously the timestamp is going to be local to New York, right? All the time is going to be local to New York. On the other hand, if I'm building an app that doesn't serve just New York City, it might serve the entire US, or it might be available worldwide, then we definitely need time zone. So I'm going to keep it simple. Okay, I'm just going to do timestamp, no time zone. Okay, so let's say we're building a local app and we have like a chain of stores and that's only local to us. So I'm just going to do timestamp. Okay, and here I'm going to put timestamp as well. Timestamp here. Okay, so now we have user ID. We are going to get order ID as well. And we have just, from to. Now, later on, we might add more fields, we might link it, but I think right now this is good enough. I'm going to hit save, and we're going to go ahead and create this specific table here, okay? So what else do we need? Next is the order items, okay? So these are the actual items in the order, right? The actual products. So new table, order items, and the first thing that we need the order ID. Okay, so we don't really need the user ID because the order ID has that, so that's enough. We do need, well, the product IDs. I'm gonna be linking them in a second, so let's link this to here, and I'm gonna say order ID, and this is ID here. Okay, next we need the product ID, right? So order items, right? Your order contains the items, and these are going to be the products and the quantity, right, of that product, right? It's just like with a shopping cart, except a shopping cart is this temporary state. An order is a permanent state. Once you place the order, unless you've canceled it, and we're assuming that that's not the case right now. People typically do not cancel the entire orders, although we might include that as functionality as well. So I'm going to put order ID here. And I'm also going to put quantity. Okay, so we have different items and then the quantity of that product, right? So quantity is going to be a numeric, whereas a product ID is going to, well, it's going to have a relationship. So we're going to say here, I'm going to do products, and I'm going to say product ID. This is ID right here, save it. And now what we have is we have order ID, we have product ID, and we have quantity. And that looks good to me. For order items, I think this is enough for now, right? Never say never. We can always come back and add a couple of things, but right now it looks really good. All right, so this is done. Let's keep moving along. Shipping info. So shipping info is going to be a one-to-one kind of an extension of orders, right? Because when the order is created and hasn't been shipped, there's no shipping information. Later on, we might want to add shipping information when we have it, when the order has been shipped or is in the process of being shipped. So we're going to come in here and we're going to say shipping info. And what kind of things do we want to store? Well, we need the order ID, very important. And we're going to create the relationship a little later. But now let's think about the shipping information. So this is going to be the delivery courier, right? Delivery company, whatever you want to call it. You want to have the tracking number. You also want to have estimated delivery date, and maybe a status, right? Or actually status should be on the order, right? It's not directly linked to shipping, but I think this is enough for now. Let's create the relationship with the order ID. So I'm going to link that to orders. This is order ID, and that's it, right? So the courier or shipping company, let's do shipping company action. Shipping company, tracking number, estimated delivery. I'm just going to do estimated delivery. So this is going to be text. Tracking number is going to be also text, right? Because depending on the company, it might have letters as well as digits, right? So some companies have the estimated delivery. We are going to be doing date. Okay, we're just going to be doing date. Okay, calendar date. Okay, all right, looks good. Let's go ahead and save that. Okay, that's done. And we have two more tables, my essentials, which are basically a list of recommended products, and a user profile. Okay, so let's create my essentials. So my essentials is basically a list of products. Okay, it's not even like there's no quantity or anything like that. It's basically just list of products, but it needs to be linked to a specific user. So I'm going to put user ID and we're going to create relationship, basically product ID. Okay, and so that way you can see, you can link specific products to users at one-to-many relationship. Okay, so let's see. Let's create a relationship. The first one is to auth, and we're going to say users. This is user ID to ID here. And one more relationship. We're going to do products, and this is going to be product ID here. So basically, list of products linked to a specific user. That's really what my essentials essentially is. Hit save. All right, that is done. And last but not least, this user profile here. Now, what is this user profile table? What's the purpose? This is something you're going to be creating in most of the apps. And the reason for this is, we have some information. We have a users table, right? So if you head over here and you hit auth, you can go to users and you're provided the table. This is your main authentication table. Now, the issue with this table is that you're kind of limited on the fields. And this table here, it's a read-only table. Okay, it's a secure table here, right? You can't really add stuff to it, right? Because it's in a different schema. And even if you could add different fields, you don't want to do that, right? You just want to leave this table as is, and you want to create another table. This is something you're going to be doing all the time in like 90% of the apps, right? If you're building, a complex app or something close to a complex app, you're going to be adding a specific table. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to call it user info table. And this is a classical one-to-one relationship. So for every record in this table, that's going to link to exactly one record in the users table. Or shall I say it another way? For every record in your users table, that your auth table, you're going to have exactly one record here. You're not going to have many records. It's not a one-to-many relationship. It's not a many-to-many relationship. It's a strictly one-to-many relationship. And if you come over here, we have this user profiles, and there's personal data, there's addresses, payment methods, my orders, stuff like that. And right now, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to add a couple of fields. Okay, we'll see exactly how much of this do we want to store, because if we have multiple addresses, that should be another table, right? It should be a separate table, right? Because that becomes a one-to-many relationship. And so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to add a couple of fields just to get started with. And the field I'm going to add is maybe like a username, just to get something started with. And we have emails. I'm just going to add username and a phone number. So maybe like a phone number. Okay, so for username, this is going to be text, and phone number, I'm just going to make text as well. I'm just going to keep it simple. Okay, so something like this. And later on, we'll see, maybe we'll add more fields. Oh, most importantly, we need the user ID, right? Because that needs to link to user ID. I like to put it right here, and I'm going to create a relationship to auth, and I'm going to select users and user ID. Okay, so now this table has a one-to-one relationship back to the other table. Okay, so user ID, username, and phone number. And maybe we'll add more things here. And I'm going to save this table. And so here you can just add records that are essentially going to be an extension of that original auth users table. Okay. All right. So now we have all the tables here, but we're not done yet. There's one more thing that we need to do. And so if you take a look at the tables here, all of these tables, there is no RLS policy. And if you hover over this, you see that it says RLS is enabled for this table, but no policies are set. Select queries will return an empty array of results. And so what this means is that we have row level security on this whole database. Right, on this database essentially. And that means if you do not create any rules, then there's no way to access this data, because these rules are you need to create rules if you want to get access. So it's not the other way around. It's not like you're creating rules to block access. You're creating rules to have access, right? It's kind of this policy here. And so what we need to do is we need to create RLS policies for these tables. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to click here, and I'm just going to create just a permissive kind of RLS policy where you can add data, you can read data just to get started, right? So I'm going to select all here, and I'm going to create an expression called true, which means that, you can just do anything, right? And later on, we'll see if we need to kind of modify it. But when testing, this is a good idea. All right. So, and I can also provide the name. I'm just going to say all. Okay. So everybody can do anything essentially, right? All right. So I'm going to hit save, and I need to do it for all the tables because otherwise we won't be able to access this data. All right. So now let's go ahead and find the other table. So we have this category. I'm going to select this thing here. I'm going to add an RLS policy, create an RLS policy. I'm just going to do all. I'm going to say all, and I'm going to do true. All right. And let's go ahead. Let's keep going. Order items. Okay. Because if we don't do this, we won't be able to get to display this data in our app. And you might, a lot of people will be wondering why that is, right? So I'm just going to do this real quickly. All, and we're going to just set true for both of these conditions. What else do we have? Orders. Okay. So as you can see, select queries will return an empty array of results. So we don't want that. Obviously, we want to get data. And I'm just going to create new policy, save policy. Okay. We have this. We just have a couple of more tables. Policy, create new policy. Alrighty. And 3 more tables. Add RLS policy. All right. All right, so now all the tables have policies, and that means we'll be able to access this data from our front-end app. All right, so now that we have our schema set up, we have a general kind of idea what we're going to be building. Let's go ahead and start building the app. So I'm going to jump into FlutterFlow. We're going to create a new app, and I'm just going to call it delivery, grocery delivery app. Okay, we're going to do a blank app, and we are not going to be using Firebase, right? We're going to be using Supabase, so we're going to deselect that, and now we have this app. First thing that I want to do is I want to connect my Supabase to this app. So I'm going to search for Supabase, and I'm going to enable Supabase. Next, I need to enter this API URL and this anon key. So I'm going to jump back into Supabase. I'm going to click here, API, and I'm going to select this URL, paste it in here, and select this anon key, and paste it in here as well. Get schema, and now we see our schema, our table. So everything looks good here. And the next thing that we're going to be doing is we're going to start building the app. So let's take a look at what we're going to be building first. So first, we're going to be building this thing here, which is the home page. Now for the home page, it has a lot of things here. So we're going to start out simple. We're going to start out really, really simple. And for that, I propose that we're just going to list the products for now. And then maybe later we'll kind of add some of the functionality in there. But right now I just want to do products. And I want to do search. So products is going to be easy to do. Search is going to be tricky. Okay, as you're going to see in just a second. So let's go ahead and do a list view. And for the list view, can we do tiles? I really like these tiles here. I think tiles can work, right? So for the products, I'm actually looking for something like this, maybe, right? Kind of like what My Essentials has. So tiles might not actually work, okay? So let's just do, let's set up a custom UI. Okay, so when you look at this, you should see immediately that this is a row with 2 columns, right? This is the first column, the second column, then you have a bunch of other rows. Okay, so let's do that. We're going to start off with a row. We're going to do a column, and we're going to duplicate this. So now we have 2 columns. Now, one of the columns, this second column, is taking up a lot of space, right? It's kind of maxing it out, right? So that's what we need to do. And the way you do it is you select the column and you come to this expansion and you click here, and that's going to use this. It does kind of this greedy thing, right? It makes it greedy. Now, one thing I want to do is I want to do a little bit of padding, and let's do a padding on the row level. Let's do a padding of 10. Okay, that looks better. And now let's go ahead and fill it in with different things. So we're going to put an image here. Now this is a big image. I think maybe 75 by 75 looks about right. And now let's go ahead and put a bunch of rows here. Okay, so there's like a ton of rows. I think there's like 4 rows, I believe. So we have 4 rows, 1, 2, 3, 4, and this is a button. So these are all text rows. Okay, I'm going to do text. I'm going to do text. I'm going to do text, and I'm going to do a button. All right. And yeah, looks good. They are left justified, which is kind of what we have. So looks good to me. Let's do a little bit of padding on the actual these inner rows. So we're gonna do a little bit of padding. I think 10 sounds a bit right. It's probably too much. it's too much, but let's make it a little bit less. I think that's a little too much. It's a little too ambitious. I think 5 is better. Now let's come back here. Looks about right to me. Let's put a, so we have the button here, we have the text, and yeah, it's starting to come together. I think the button is going to be a little bit wider, maybe not a little bit, but a lot. So maybe like 200, 300. Okay, that looks better. So something like this. There's the button there, and I think the colors are different, right? So it's a see-through, right? It's kind of this white button with a border, and let's try to mimic this style here. So let's say the fill color is going to be, the text is going to be it's not going to be white anymore. It's going to be something like this. And we need to have a border radius of, yeah, I think 8 or 10 looks good. And let's give it a border. So the border color is going to be this. Okay. And there's a little bit of, let's do 250, 275. Okay. That looks better. And yeah, it looks good. And there's no elevation, right? So we remove that, and we also need to take a look at what else we have. Elevation 0. Okay, so there's no kind of that 3D effect, right? That drop shadow. So now the button's starting to come together, and we're gonna fix all of this. The only thing I want to do is I want to make this a little bit bigger, and yeah, this is gonna be large, and we'll fix the padding in a little bit. The next thing I want to do is I want to load it with the actual products, right? So we're gonna go back to list view. Come back here, add query. We're going to do Supabase query. We're going to do products. Okay. We're going to say confirm, confirm. Okay. So now the products are going to be shown. And right now I'm just going to list the product name. And in fact, our products, there's no product name. Why is that? Did we forget to put in a name of the product here? Let's take a look. Yeah, we don't have anything. We just have the category ID. Okay, we forgot the name. So we need to add the name. And we're going to add the name here. Text. Okay, that should be good to go. Name text. And actually, there's a couple of other things that we need to add, right? So there's the price. And there's also the unit. And there's kind of the amount of the unit, right? So this is 450 grams. And this is unit, right? Because you can have a different things, like for instance, or maybe the unit. Yeah, maybe we'll just leave unit as is for everything, but we definitely need the amount, right? So like the weight, I'll just put the amount. Okay, so because I think with like different things, it's 14 slices. So we're gonna keep this unit, but I'm gonna put the amount, right? So sometimes it's gonna be, you know, a gram, sometimes it's gonna be slices. So let's go ahead and add a unit, and I'm just gonna keep it simple. I'm just gonna say text. All right, and we don't have any products. Well, let's go ahead and add some products. I like to do it in threes. So let's go ahead and add a couple of products. So category ID, we don't have any categories. Okay, let's do categories first. Let's come to categories. What kind of categories do we want to add? Well, it depends on the products we're going to be adding, right? So if we jump back here, let's do dairy, let's do vegetables, and let's do grains, like for bread. Okay, because that's the products that I'm going to be adding next. So I'm going to jump back here. I'm going to add so there's a filter here. ID is 1. We're going to remove all filters, and we still don't see anything. So if you see that filter and you're not seeing anything, make sure you remove that filter, because that filter might be limiting in terms of what products are visible. So I'm going to add a row here, and I'm going to do grains. Okay. That's the first one. I'm going to add another row. I'm going to do, what are we going to do? We're going to do vegetables, or maybe even like fruits and vegetables, just to keep it simple. And I think the last one was dairy, right? So cheeses, milk, things like that. So dairy. Okay. All right. So we have 3 categories here, right here. Looks good. Now we can jump into products, and we can add 3 products. So let me add a cheese. I'm going to do a Gouda cheese. And the unit, what's the unit? The unit is 450 grams, right? So I'm just going to do 450 grams. And we forgot the price. We also need the price. Let me go ahead and add a price. And the price is going to be numeric. Let's like to put the price here. Let's put the price. What's the price for the Gouda? 330, right? Let's go ahead and add another row. This is going to be bread. So bread, what is the unit? And what's the price? So it's $2.90 and it's gonna be 14 slices. We still have these grams here, so I'm gonna put $2.90 and I'm gonna put 470 grams. So the unit is 470 and the price is again $2.90. Okay. And last but not least, we're gonna be doing like vegetables, veggies, insert row. Let's go ahead and do fruits and veggies. Name is like carrots. And what do we have for carrots? Well, it's 1 kilogram and 1.09 euros. Okay, jump back here. Unit is 1 kilogram, 1.09. All right, here we go. So now we have 3 category items and we have 3 products. And so now we can jump back to our app and we need to refresh it, because we refresh our schema. Now we can go back and we can fill it in. So now if we come over here, we see everything, right? So this is going to be name and the default value is just blank, because we should have a default value. We should have a value in the first place. This is the units and then the price. So this is going to be units and this is going to be price. You can even type price directly. We're going to be formatting as a currency, and here you want to do custom format, right? So you want to copy this so that you have that 2-place decimal there. Okay, so you see this right here, confirm. Okay, now what does the button says? The button says add 1 unit. So that's what we're gonna do, add 1 unit. Okay, all right, and this should say homepage. All right, let's go ahead and run our app and make sure that we are seeing those 3 products. Okay, let's go ahead and set up a test mode here, and hopefully this should at least show us the products. It's always a good idea to keep testing as you're developing. All right, and there's our app, and as you can see, we are seeing these 3 products. Okay, the only thing we're not seeing is this formatting. It's not set up correctly. This one looks good, but these are minor things. And the other thing is the image, right? We are not storing images. This is something I'm gonna do later, but right now at least we are showing the products. Now the next thing that I want to do is I want to do a search functionality, right? So if you take a look at this app and the homepage, everywhere we have this search products, search products. I really want to do that. That's gonna add some very helpful piece of functionality to our app. So in order to do that, we can just come in here and we can just add a container, and we're gonna put this container all the way to the top right here, and this container is going to have our input text field, and let's go ahead and fix this container up, size it, and let's give it a little bit of padding. All right, and this text field, what I like to do is I like to change underline to outline. I really like this outline. Okay, now it's starting to come together. Okay, this container I can also do rounded border radius, so something like this. Okay, so that let's go ahead, let's do a little bit of padding on the text field, so that's going to fix it. So if I do a padding here, okay, so we have this container. In fact, I don't know, we probably don't even need to do padding on the container level, right? So we can do something like this, and then for this list view, what we can do is we can give it a white background later. Okay, we can give it a white background, and that way everything has a white background. But I think this looks really good. Now, right here, what I want to do, so it says label. I'm going to say, what does the app say? Search products. Search products. I think there's an ellipsis. No, there's no ellipsis. And the other thing that I want to do is I want to see if I can give it an icon. So there's some icon properties here. So we can do a leading icon, and I can just find search, and that's going to do this really nice leading icon. You can do a trailing icon, right? So something like maybe clear. Yeah. Okay, that looks cool. So you can clear it. This thing, I can actually do something, right? This clearing icon, I think we can. Let me see. Show clear icon. That's what I want. Show clear icon. So we don't really, let me see. So we have the leading. Yeah, this is kind of what I want. Show. And this icon color is going to be this. Okay, let's go ahead and fix this. So if I remove this, I'm going to clear this, and I'm going to do show clear icon. Icon size. Okay, now we have it. Okay. That looks really nice. All right, so we have this thing here, and we don't really need a button or anything like that, because if we click here, we have all of these callbacks here: on submit, on change, on focus change, and we're going to be using this on submit. Now, there's an issue that we have, right? So if somebody types something, right, what you're going to be doing is you're going to come in here and you're going to set up a filter. So what I can do is whatever they type, I can do a filter. I can just do name equals to, and I can store the value of whatever they're typing as a page state variable. And then I can just use it here. But there's a problem. And the problem is, if they clear this filter, meaning that, okay, they're not searching for anything anymore, they don't really care, they just want to see all the products, right? Which is a common scenario, right? They're gonna type here, and that's gonna clear the filter in their eyes, right? In their mind. But the problem is, we can't programmatically, dynamically remove this filter, because once we have this filter, we can't do anything. So even if, even if we say equals to, and this thing is empty, it's still not going to work, right? This filter is still not going to, is still going to be active. And so this means that this standard Supabase query is tricky, because we can't dynamically remove filters that we are setting here. We can't dynamically set or remove filters. Okay, we can set them here, we can remove them here, but we can't do them dynamically while the app is running. And so what this means is that this Supabase query, what we have here, is just not going to work, right? This built-in thing, until FlutterFlow makes this whole filter dynamically settable. And I have no doubt that they will at some point. We can't use this, okay? Now, thankfully, there's another way of getting this data, and that is by using an API. And so if I select products here and I click on API docs, I have this API docs. Now, you want to change this to bash, and you want to click on show keys. And then what you want to do is you want to go into filter. And here you have an API way of getting the data with a filter. Now, thankfully, this is dynamically you can dynamically control it. So you can set the filter dynamically, you can remove the filter dynamically. It works really, really nice. And what this means is that we need to change the way we're getting the data. We're not going to be getting it using this products built-in query. We are going to be getting it using an API call. Okay, so let's go ahead and configure this API call. I'm going to say create an API call. I'm going to say get products. And all I need to do is go ahead and copy what we have here. So what I need to do is copy this here. Okay, and that says a filter on the ID equals 1. And we can change that later. So I'm going to go ahead and put it in here. Let me go ahead and copy this. Oops, copy it here, paste it in here. Okay, so now we have this thing. You want to add it because this doesn't save it automatically. Next, we want to take a look and see what's happening. So this is a get request, and we have these headers here. Okay, so you want to make sure that you have these headers configured correctly. So we're gonna come back here. We're gonna add these headers. Go ahead and copy that, and I'm gonna paste that. Okay, API key, I'm gonna add another header, come back here, this authorization, and I'm gonna paste that, and there's one more header, this thing range, right? You wanna have all the headers, and we're gonna add it here, okay? You wanna hit save. And now if you go into response and test, once you run this API call, you should get one record, because we're filtering where record ID equals 1. So let's go and see if this works. And we do get one record, which is this Gouda cheese. Right, this is ideal one. It's probably the first record that we've created. All right, so this looks good. Now, there's still a couple of things that we want to do. If you're dealing with APIs and you're getting data that you understand, right, and typically that's going to be the case. You're going to know what the data is. You want to employ this feature here, data type, parse as a data type. Now, we don't have a data type, okay, so we can't parse it as a data type. And so we're going to go ahead and set it up. And before we do that, I just want to see what kind of data we have. So we have ID, we have name, unit, and price. Category ID we don't really need right now. And so I'm going to go into our data types, and I'm going to add a data type. I'm going to say product type, create. I'm going to add the fields, and it's ID, which is an integer, name, which is a string, price, which is a double, because we have that decimal part. And let's see, what else do we have? I think we have units as well. Yeah, unit, I think is it, let me take a look. It's unit, singular, unit, and that's it. And then category ID, which we're not going to be using right now. So unit is text as well, string. Okay, so now we have this data type, okay? And so now we can go back to our API here and we can say parse as data type. This is gonna simplify it so much. And you also want to select these lists. Why? Because, well, if we save it first, because when we run it, you see it's a list. You see these square brackets, how it's enclosed in square brackets. That means this is a list and this is just one item. And so you want to make sure that you select these lists. Okay, and now you can hit save. Okay, so now our system will know that we wanted to be parsed as a data type. Okay, so this is great. This is something that you should be doing in 90% of the cases, okay, unless you have a good reason not to. And the next thing I want to do is I want to change this list view here where we are using the standard backend query. I want to change it to an API call. So I'm going to select this, I'm going to do API call, and I'm going to say get products confirm. Okay, and then here what I can do is I can generate dynamic children. So I can come over here, get the response as data type, right? You see how it's selected, and now I can say product item. Okay, save. Okay, and now we have this list here. We are getting it via an API, and because we're getting it via an API, we can control the filter. The filter is fully dynamic now. Okay, and so right now, if you come back, we have this thing here, right? It says ID equals to, I'm gonna deselect that, okay, because we don't really need that. And if I run this again, we're gonna be seeing everything. Because we don't have a filter right now. So now I can come back here and I can link my product. So I can come back here, product item, and I have data structure field, right? So because we're parsing it as a data structure, we don't have to worry about those JSONs, which is really, really nice. JSON paths, okay? So this is name. This is, what is that? That's, I think that is, let me look it up. That's going to be a unit, right? So that's going to be the unit. And this is going to be the price. Okay, so come in here, data structure field, I'm going to select price. Okay, price, and we can also format it, right? Because it's a double number, we're going to do custom formatting, and here we want to make sure that we select this one right here, custom format. Okay, displays currency. All right, so now if we run our app, we're still going to be displaying the products, but this time we're getting it via an API. Let's go ahead and restart our test environment. Let's rebuild our app here. And there you have it. Okay, so now we have this here, and it's via an API. And we have the search here still. Okay, so the next thing that we need to do is we need to work out on a way where if they type something, we're going to be generating a custom filter, a dynamic filter, so that they can search something and it's going to filter it based on whatever they're searching. And the first thing that we need to do in order to kind of set that up is, well, first we need to set up a page parameter to hold this query string, because this is essentially a piece of state. So I'm going to do a search filter here. This is going to be a string, okay, and it's going to be nullable, right? Because if they're not typing anything, it's essentially null. We're going to say confirm. Okay, now when we select this, we're going to open an action on submit, so that when they submit something, we want to save whatever they typed into that page state. So I'm going to search for page state, update page state. We're going to say set value and this widget state. Okay, and for the widget state, I want to change this to input search, something like this, so that I know this is an input field. Okay, so now when they type something and they press enter, it's going to be saved into page state. Now the next thing that we need to do is we need to attach a dynamic filter to our API. So if we come over here, what we need to do is we need to set up a query parameter that's going to be dynamic. So I'm just going to call it name, and we're going to get it from a variable by the same name, right? So if we come over here, we have a variable here, which is going to be a string. It's not a list. And this variable can be set dynamically, and this is going to be this query parameter. Okay, so if we come over here, we have this name. Now, if I don't select name, right, if name is empty, or there's nothing there, it's going to work as expected. It's still going to work, right? Okay, and so now we need to set up name. Okay, how is this going to work? Well, it's going to look at our page state, and based on their page state, it's going to create a specific instruction to Supabase to act as a filter. Okay, so let's come back here and let's select our API call. I'm going to do an edit, and here you can set additional variables. So I'm going to say name, And so what we're going to do is we're going to create a code expression that's going to take into account various variables. So I'm going to add an argument. This is going to be a search string, and the search string is page state, right? So not page parameters, page state, okay? And what's going to happen is going to return this. And here we're just going to call it search string. And so the idea here is that if search string, meaning that is not null, meaning that they type something, the filter variable is going to look like this. I like, which is insensitive like, and that's a way to search for something, right? We're going to say, I like to this, right? We're going to be searching for this, and that's what we're going to be setting it to, okay? And so this is our search string here, and we're going to say confirm. We're going to say check errors first. And if it's empty, it's not going to, it's just going to be empty, right? So we're going to say confirm, confirm. And because we've set it as a name, right? So this query parameter name, this is what we're searching on, right? So name is always going to be there because we're always searching on name, but this variable is going to differ, right? So if we come over here and we paste it in here, in fact, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say delete all that. This I like, this is empty now, okay? So if we can also search for this. And if it's empty, it's going to display everything. So it's a very, very robust way to reset the filter. But what I can do is I can type something like bread over here. So if I do that, it's only going to show bread. You see that? And this is why it's so cool. Because with a standard setup, the standard Supabase setup and built-in FlutterFlow, you can't do that, right? You need to remove this filter. And here, we don't need to remove the filter. We can set it to nothing. We can set it to empty. And that essentially removes the filter, okay? So now, if we run our app and we type something, we should hopefully, find what we're looking for, essentially. So let's go ahead and reload our app here and see what happens. All right, so here's our app. And as you can see, by default, we are displaying everything because there's nothing in the search. So if I type bread, say I type bread here, press enter, it should hopefully filter. And as you can see, it's now bread here because it sets that filter, redoes the API call, and this is what it gets back. Now I can do this, press enter, and now we are back here. Okay, now we're back to seeing everything. I can also type cheese, press enter, and we're seeing cheese. I can do that again, and now we're seeing everything. Okay, so this is a really nice pattern for a very, very common issue, right? So anytime you want to display things from somewhere, from a database or API, and you want it to be searchable, this is the way you do it, because you can't really do it using standard built-in backend query FlutterFlow functionality.
Now guys, I really hope you're enjoying this tutorial, but if you're serious about your no-code journey, if you really want to build amazing, powerful, practical, easy to use apps, and you want to maybe, start a software company, or you want to freelance, or maybe you just want to learn something new, or, you want to just build cool things, right? Then you definitely need to check out my training, Mastering FlutterFlow, as well as my other training, Mastering Supabase. Mastering FlutterFlow is the best training on FlutterFlow on the whole internet. It walks you step by step, module by module, and it covers everything that you need to know, all the important bits and pieces when it comes to using FlutterFlow for building your apps. And my second training, Mastering Supabase, is critical for you guys to master what I feel, and a lot of other people agree, the best backend when it comes to building your apps. Now, when you purchase the training, you're also going to get access to our private community, where myself and other amazing members of our community would be more than happy to help you out with any issues that you might have, so that you can get out of this block and continue building your apps. And so if you guys are really serious about building some amazing apps, and you want to join an amazing community and just get up to speed and start building amazing apps without wasting lots and lots of time on useless tutorials and just useless methods, then definitely check out my amazing training, Mastering FlutterFlow. and mastering Supabase. You will be glad you did. And you can check out the links and a special discount in the description below the video. So definitely do not delay. Come join our amazing private community.
All right, so the next thing that I want to work on is this category view, and this is fairly simple. Okay, we have the search bar here, and we have a bunch of categories. Okay, and when they click on a category, they're going to be redirected to the products view. Okay, and the products view is going to look very similar to what we had on the homepage. Okay, and maybe later we'll make some adjustments to it. Okay, all right, so let's jump back into FlutterFlow. This is our app right here. This is our page, and I'm going to go ahead and add another page, and we're just going to do it from scratch. Create blank. I'm going to say categories. Okay, create this, and now we have a page. I'm just gonna put categories. I think that's what it says. Yeah, categories. We have a search bar. We'll do that later, but right now let's focus on the list view. And this list view is, unlike the other list view, is fairly simple. We have a row with 3 items, and once again, this column here, right, 3 columns, this middle column is going to be the greedy column. It's going to take up a lot of space. So let's go ahead and set that up. We're going to do a list view, and we're going to do a row, and then we're going to do 3 columns to kind of divide them up. Right, 1, 2, 3, and this middle one is going to be the greedy one, and in fact, yeah, this looks good. And this column is going to have this little, this little pointer, right? To kind of which means that you can press on it and go to the other page. So this is going to be an image, and we'll make that real small. I think 50 by 50 is about right. In this case, let's go do padding for the row. It's always a good idea. I like to do 10 and see what happens. And this thing is going to be the text field, and this thing is going to be a icon button. Let's do an icon button, and let's fix that up. Border color, is there a border color? No, there's no border colors. Border width is 0. Do we have this? We're gonna clear the color. Fill color. Well, fill color is also, we're gonna clear that as well, and we're gonna change the icon to this. And can we do greater than, more than? I've seen something similar. So there's one here, expand. Is it expand? I never know what they're called, right? I never know, because there could be so many names for them, and I always get them wrong. Okay, so let's go ahead and find it. A bit slower. So many icons. Greater than, how about arrow? I think that could be it. Yeah. Okay. All right. So there's the arrow there, and let's go ahead and format this. This is going to be left justified. Okay, perfect. And we also need some padding on the column levels, right? Padding is your friend, I like to say. I think 10 is going to be a bit too much. We'll do 5 because we did 10 on the outer row. So we'll do 5, and we'll do 5 here. Okay. So now we have this, and this is going to be the column, the category. Excuse me. Let's go ahead and load this up. We're gonna do a Supabase query, categories, and that's it. Confirm, and let's go ahead and connect this to category name. Okay. All right. Looks good. And another thing I want to do is I want to make the background white. All right. So we can't do it on the column level, which means that we need to wrap it, right? Actually, let's see if we can do it. Yeah, we can do it here. We can do it here, and we're going to do, okay. Perfect. We can do it on the scaffold, right? This top level is the scaffold. All right, looks really good. And the next thing that we need to do is we need to connect it through the actual products page. And we don't have the products page. Let me go ahead and rename this to home page. And now we need products. So how is products going to look? Well, I think it's going to look like this for now, right? Because remember, the homepage is supposed to be this unique. It's supposed to show some special offers, discounts, things like that. But we just have a regular products. So I'm going to duplicate this, and I'm going to call this products. And the difference here is this is going to be a filter, right? Meaning that it's not just going to display all the products. It's going to display products linked to a specific category, right? So this is going to be, I don't know, it's going to be category products. Something like this. Okay, and so the idea is they click here, and that's going to redirect it to this page, and this page is going to display products in that category. So I'm going to say products, and so let's come back here. Let's go ahead and create a navigation action. I'm going to do navigation. We're going to navigate to category products. And here we need to define a parameter. So what kind of parameter is this page going to accept? Well, it's going to accept a whatever data we have, right? So in this case, it's going to be a category row. We're going to do a Supabase row, and this is going to be a categories. Okay. And from categories, we can get the category ID and all these things. So this is going to be the category row. Okay. And now we can pass it here, category row. And we're just going to select this row. Okay. And the nice thing about rows is that you can get any field you want from that row, right? You can capture the field that you need. And so now this page gets the category ID, and I'm just going to do in category so that I know that this is a separate page. And what we can do here is we can actually filter by the product ID. And here, how we are doing it, remember, we're doing it by an API. Okay. So we need to make sure that we have that filter there by category ID. And also we can modify it if you want, right? We can modify it. We can just have it display, using the standard backend. But what we can do here is we can come over here and we can edit this get products, and we have this name filter. And what I can do is I can add another filter. Right, so I can add another filter, and this is going to be the category ID. Category ID, and this is going to be an integer. Actually, it's going to be from variable, and I'm going to create a new variable, cat ID, and cat ID is going to be an integer, right? Because the category ID is an integer. Okay, we're going to save that, and now we're going to have this category ID here that we can use. And this category ID is always going to be there, while the name is going to be a filterable, right? It's going to be a searchable. And so now what we can do is we can come over here and we can test it out, right? So if we test it out, if we say category ID, you see how it says category ID is null, right? And the thing about it here is we need to make sure that we are filtering it correctly, right? We need to make sure that we're filtering it correctly, because if we set this as if we have this here, it's not going to be correct, right? So you can see that if we have name here, that might work. Actually, category ID can work. Let me go ahead and find this. Let me go ahead and find, what is it called? It's not cat ID. It's, let's go into products, category ID. Okay, so that's what we need to call it, and then it's going to work. So let's go back here. I'm just going to say category ID, save it, come back here. And now actually it's a variable. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we can do that. And now if we select it, category ID is being passed. Okay. And so if we come back over here, we have this thing here, category products. And here what we can do is we can set an additional variable. This is going to be the category ID. And the category ID is going to be from this category row ID. Okay, well, the category that we selected to look at the products. And so we have this now. And so now we just need to make sure that the filter is set correctly. So if we come back over here, edit this API call, come back here, the name is going to be provided by the, we have something else there, right? So if we come over here, if they type something, remember that's that is this search filter here, right? And so if we come back over here and we edit this, in fact, if we come back over here, we can see that we have this name, which is a code expression, and this code expression generates this here. And so we need something like this for the category ID, right? Because it needs to be a special format. It needs to be like EQ point, whatever the ID was. And so we need to do the same thing for cat ID. We can't just pass the ID directly, right? Because it needs to follow the special format. And so instead of passing it directly, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a custom code expression here again, and I'm going to add an argument. The first argument is going to be the cat ID, and we're obviously passing it here. I'm going to pass it right here. So we have that argument. Now, if we pass this here, what we can do is we don't really need that, because category ID is always going to be there, right? It's never going to be null, just, how it is with search. And it's going to be something like this, EQ, and then we can put the cat ID like this, okay? And so this is going to generate the value, right? The value cannot be just the category. It needs to be EQ.category ID, okay? something like this. And what is the return type? It's integer. It's not integer, it's actually string. And let's go ahead and check for errors. Okay, no errors, confirm. Okay, and this parameter here, remember we made it an integer, and it's not going to be an integer, it's going to be a string. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this, I'm going to come back here, and I'm going to change the parameter that we're passing. Okay, because it cannot be just an integer, right? It's got to be a string. And so what we're going to do is we're going to come back here, we're passing this here, but the parameter to this thing, to this category ID, this variable is not going to be an integer, it's going to be string. In fact, all of these are going to be strings. Okay, so now if we come back and we come back to category products, and now we need to filter it. All right, so we come back to our call, our API call, come back here, we have this thing, and now we can remove it and we can do our code expression. Okay, and we're going to pass this cat ID, and in this case it's still an integer, but eventually it's going to be a string. Okay, because we need to convert it, and here we can pass this, we need to make sure, yeah, this is good, and yeah, we're returning a string. Okay, so now we are returning this EQ dot whatever 1 or whatever the category ID was. Okay, and that should hopefully work. Okay, we still need to test it out, but it should hopefully pass in that parameter, because if we test things out here, you can see that if I pass this here as, let's say, category ID 1, that should work, right? So if I don't filter on the name of the product, just on the category, that should hopefully get me a result. You see how it filters by category ID 1. If I do category ID 2, it filters in on category ID 2, etc., etc. So it cannot just be a number. It needs to be this special format. All right, so that is what we have here. That should hopefully work. We have our categories here. We have the link. We have the name of the category. There should be 3 categories here. And then they should automatically be filtered by the category ID here. And in fact, here we can do for testing, we can do something like this. We can do combine text, paste that in there, and then we can enter, display the category name. So we can say products for something like this, just to see if the name of the category is being passed correctly. Now, before we run this app, we need to make sure that we can actually access it, right? Because we have the home page and then we have the categories view. So these 2 pages, homepage and categories, need to be accessible, and they can be accessible via the nav bar. So I'm going to go ahead and create a nav bar, and I want to make sure that these 2 pages have the nav bar access. Okay, so now they have the nav bar, and the home page icon is perfect, but the category icon is not. So let's see if we can find some kind of a category icon. It's always a challenge, but I think I've seen, in fact, here it's this thing. Right, it's that they chose that icon as the category. And so let's see if we can choose boxes, maybe. Yeah, maybe something like this. Okay, I think that's gonna work. You guys can select another icon. Okay, now we are ready to run our app. So let's go ahead and start a test session and see what's happening. Now, when we run the app, we have this page working, the categories, but our home page has an error. Okay, so what it's telling us is that no such method error, toList, dynamic call of null. And so what this means is that it's trying to display a list, but it's not getting any data. Okay, so why is this? Well, if we go back to our app, remember we added a new variable to our API call, and so we need to set that variable, because if we don't set that variable, this query parameter, right, the second one, it's just not gonna have anything, right? And so we always need to set, if we don't set a variable, that query parameter is just gonna be set to nothing, and that's probably what's making an error. And so if we go over here and we're on the home page and we pass this category ID, but the problem is we don't have a filter, right? So what we can do is we can just say, well, display items that have an ID that is greater than 0, and this is everything, right? This is like having no filter. And so if we do that, right, we're not filtering, right? Because on this page, this is the main homepage, we're just saying display items where the category ID is greater than 0, and because they start with 1, this is gonna work. And so we say confirm, we go back here and we reload, and hopefully that should display all the items, because they start with 1, and that's basically clearing the filter, displaying everything. All right, and now it's displaying all the items. Okay, we still have this filter, right? So if we type bread, it should hopefully work, but the category filter is cleared. Okay, it's not, we're not setting it here, and that's fine. So if we come over here, and now what we want is, let's say I pick grains, and we come over here and we only see bread, because there we have the category filter set. Okay, so now I can go back, and in fact, we need to make a back button here, and it also says products for grains, or products in grains category, or that probably sounds better. Products for, but you guys get it, right? Okay, so this works. Let's go ahead and add a back button here. Come back over here. Category products. Where's that? Yeah, default button. I think that's the one. Is that the one? Default button. All right, let's go ahead and reload this. All right, come back here, and there's the button. Okay, and so we can go back. Okay, for some reason, it's not displayed here, but if you set it and you don't see it, just restart the app. It could be a little glitch, a glitch in the matrix. Okay, and so you can go back here, and there we have it. Okay, so now we have this screen here. It looks good, works great. The next thing that I want to work on, I want to build this out here. Okay, so this is going to be the detail view, and that's what we're going to be working on next. All right, so the next thing that I want to work on is this detail page here. And this is your standard detail page. We have an image, we have 3 rows of text, and we have an interesting flow here, which is this add button flow. So this page here is if you hadn't added this item here, but if you did add this item, it's going to look like this. And additionally, if you press this plus, this becomes a minus, in this, obviously is greater than 1. So if you added more than 1 item, this becomes a minus, and this becomes a plus. If you only have added 1 item, this is the garbage icon, this trash icon, which allows you to delete this icon, this item from the shopping cart, or add another one. Okay, so let's go ahead and build this out. Let's come back to our app. Let's create a brand new page, do it from scratch, and we're gonna do product detail here. All right, click create, and let's go ahead and set this up. So what do we have? We don't have any title. We just have we have an image and 3 pieces of text. So let's make this, and we should make all of them white, in fact. And let's go ahead and add our image, and we're gonna add our pieces of text. Now, for the image, I like to wrap it in a row just to make it a little bit more organized. Okay, we're gonna wrap it in a row here, and I'm gonna be centering this row like this. And then what I'm gonna do is just gonna duplicate this. In fact, I should delete this, and add a text, add a text, add a text. Okay, so let's take a look. So these are all left justified. We have 3, then we have a divider line, and we have a button. Let's do that. Let's add a separator or divider, and let's do a button here. All right. Looks starting to look good. Let's go ahead and add a little bit of padding to the rows. Let's start with 10. We obviously should have done that before. We duplicated them, but still. There we have it. And let's do a padding. Just leave this divider. We'll just pad around it. We're going to do padding here. All right. So this button is going to take up the whole space. Okay. So what we can do is, well, not that. What we're going to do is we're just going to expand it. Okay, we are going to expand it to take up the whole space. So something like this, make rounded corners. There's the radius 10. Okay, that looks good. Let's make it a little bit taller. Change the color. I believe it's white with a the text. The text is the only thing that's visible. Okay, so we're gonna remove this elevation, and let's make the border this, and let's find this text. The text is not white, it's going to be this. Okay, so something like this is kind of how it looks. Okay, so yeah, the text is a little bit darker, but we'll just leave it. I think the border radius is more. In fact, I think it's probably even 20, not 15. Make it 20. Okay. That looks about right. Let's make it a little bit wider. Okay, perfect. Okay, so we have this button. Now this here, all this text needs to be left justified, right? It's not center justified. It's all left justified. So something like this, and this is, and the other thing I want to do is, well, I want it to be more, I want to create more padding on the left. In fact, let's do padding 15. It's a little ambitious, but all right. Yeah, it's probably too much padding, but we'll fix that later. Let's do this text. Let's do it label medium. No, it's gonna be bigger than that. Title medium. Okay, change the color, make it black. Okay, That looks a little bit better. Yeah, I think the padding is too much. Padding is definitely too much. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do this, and I'm gonna do 15 here and 10 here. And I'm gonna copy the padding. This is nice. This is a really nice feature. I'm gonna paste the padding, Okay. All right. So it's starting to kind of come together. This is gonna be the product title, but this product detail is going to receive a parameter. Okay. Let's come back here and let's add a page parameter, and we're gonna say product row. Okay, because it's gonna be getting that product row, which is a Supabase row from the products table. Yes, products table, and we are going to get it from, I believe, not categories. Yeah, so product detail category products. Okay, so this category products, and actually the homepage, let's start from the homepage, right? Because there are products there, right? This whole row needs to be linked. You know, when they click on it, this is how, if they click here, or in fact, if they click on this image, right? We don't want them to click on this because this button is separate. Let's say for now, we can just do this image. I mean, obviously we can link all of them later, but we'll just do this image, and we're going to do navigate to product detail, and we're going to be passing this product row. Okay. Now we don't have that product row. Remember, we are getting it via an API, and you know, the disadvantage here is, you know, we don't have that product row. So there's a couple of things that we can do. One quick thing that we can do is on this row level, we can grab the product row, right? So as we are getting these items, we can grab the product row. We can't create that product row, right? We need to grab it from a database. We have all the data, but unfortunately, we cannot create it from scratch. What we need to do is we need to get it from the database. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a backend query. I'm going to do a Supabase query, and I'm going to go into products, and I'm going to do a filter. In fact, this is going to be a single row, and we're going to do a quick filter where ID is equal to product item ID, data structure field ID. Okay, so that's kind of how we have it set up. Obviously, we're doing a little bit more kind of data pulling, right? It might not be as efficient as we could have done, but that's a quick fix to do it. Okay, so now we have this. So now I can click here, and I can pass this product row because we have this product row now. Okay, and like I said, another thing that we can do, right? There's another thing that we can do. If you do not want to do it this way, right? If you do not want to do it this way, then instead of passing the product row, you can pass the product ID. But then what's going to happen is on this product detail, if you just have the ID, you will need to query again, right? You will need to query again for all the other data. But because we've queried it, we performed that query on this homepage, on each row, we can just pass the row. So that's the trade-off. Of course, you have to realize that here we are querying for every single row, regardless of whether the user clicks or not, right? And so this is slightly less efficient than what I just described, but you guys can change it, right? We're just building an app, and that's why I'm telling you the different scenarios so that you guys can keep them in mind as you're building the app. Okay, so this thing redirects to product detail, and if we come to product detail, now we have the product row. Okay, because we've done that query on the previous page. Okay, so if we come over here, we have this product row. So now we can simply fill in the fields, right? So this is what the product name, I believe. We can go product name here. And what else do we have? We have the package, and this is the unit. And yeah, I think it's just the unit. And we have price per kilo. We're not storing that. We're just storing the unit. So I'm just going to click here and get the unit information, unit. And then we have the price. Okay, and this is going to be the price. In fact, if we type price, no, price does not pop up because we need to select first product row. So we go to the price, and in fact, let's go ahead and format it. Always a good idea. Let's do a custom format. Let's get our custom format to 2 decimal places here. Custom format, confirm. Okay, so now we have this. What does the button say? The button says add. Okay, so that's what it says, just add. And that's about it, right? We still need to get the images. We'll do that later. We'll do that later. And now let's display. What are we going to display? Nothing. Well, it's not displaying anything here, so we can potentially remove this app bar and not have it. But let's display the product name. Okay, let's go ahead and display the product name. We have the product row, which is nice. All right, let's go ahead and see if it works. From the home page to the product detail, we also need to link it from the category products. But now what's nice about this category products is we can do it now, in fact. So if we come over here, we can do an action, navigate to product detail, and we can pass it. And we have the product row, don't we? We have the category row, okay? So in this case, we have the category row, and so we don't have the product row. And so if we select that, it's not gonna work, right? We need the product row. And so instead of doing this query here all the time, what we can do is we can, instead of passing the product row here, we can pass the product ID. Okay, we'll fix that later. We'll fix that in a little bit, okay? Right now, let me go ahead and delete this. Let's go ahead and test out the home page to product detail flow. Okay, let's see if that works. Let's create a new session and see if it works. All right, here's the app, and this is our home page view. So we should be able to click on this, and that's going to redirect to product detail. Click here, and there's the product detail. With the cheese, we need the back button. Let's go ahead and do that back button, product detail, and let's select the app bar and show the default button. So once again, it's not being displayed. I don't know why. It's yeah, it's gonna be white and it's not being displayed. I'm sure it's gonna work. Let's go ahead and reload it. Not sure why it's not being displayed. Let's go ahead and refresh it. All right, there's the app. Click here and we have the back button. Okay, really nice touch. I don't know why it's not being displayed here, but if it's not being displayed as you're building it, try it anyway, and it's probably going to be visible here. All right, come back, click here, come back. So the issue that we are having is from the category products, right? So here we have a list of category rows, right? So this is a category row here. And unfortunately, you know, if we come over here, this is a list view, and yeah, this is actually products, so it should work, right? So we should be able to do it. I think I just didn't see it. Let's go into navigate, product details, pass, product row. We should have the product row. Yeah, because it's using the it's using the API. Okay, so that's why it doesn't work. Remember, it's using the API, so we're stuck with the same problem again. Okay. If we, if we were using this built-in backend query, we'd have, the data that we need, but we're using this API. And so in this case, what we can do is obviously the same thing. We can either pull up each individual product row, or we can pass the product ID. But because that page is expecting the product row, we're just going to do a product row. And like I said, this is not as efficient as you passing the product ID, because here you're doing these queries regardless if you're going to need that information. So just keep that in mind. Okay. It's okay, for this kind of proof of concept app that we're building, but this is something to keep in mind. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go on the row level, and I'm going to do another backend query here, Supabase query. I'm going to do a products single row, and the filter is going to be of an ID equal to, and here I'm going to match the product item. Yeah, product item, data structure field ID. Okay, and now we're going to have it. Okay, so now I can come back here, product row, and I should have the product row. Okay, and there's the product row. Okay, so keep that in mind. Like I said, this is not as efficient, but you have options. That's the key, right? It's always about having options. All right, let's go ahead and reload our app and try to access our detail from the other page. So we have the home page, and we have the category products, which is the essentially home page filtered by the category. All right, so this is this. We click over here and we're here. And if we click here, we go into grains. We have the product. We click here and we are here again. Okay, so as you can see, this works really, really nicely. Okay, so that is now done. The next thing I want to work on is this flow here. Now we're getting into the shopping cart, which is a whole can of worms. which is another subsystem, very, very important subsystem, but this is the key here. So let's jump back into our designer here, UI builder, and let's go ahead and create our shopping cart. So this is going to be an app state, and I'm going to say shopping cart, and we are going to create it. Now, what is the shopping cart? The shopping cart is not going to be just one item. It's going to be two items. It's going to be the product and the quantity. And so what we need to do is we need to define a product, a specific shopping cart type that will have the quantity there. So I'm going to come in here and I'm going to say shopping cart item type. Okay. And this is going to have two fields. It's going to have the product name or the product ID. In fact, it should probably have the product ID. Okay. Because that way we can look up all the information about the product. You know, product name is not enough. So I'm going to say, or just product name here, and actually just name. It's a shopping cart. We know what it is. And this is going to be the quantity. And the quantity is going to be an integer. All right. So we have name and quantity. Right, this is the cart item type. We're going to come back here and we're going to create a list of that. And this is going to be shopping cart. And we're going to come back here and this is going to be a data type of this shopping cart item type. And this is going to be a list. And you can also make it persistent if you want. In fact, probably persistent is a good idea because if the user closes the app, exits the app crashes. We want things to still be in the shopping cart, right? Unless they remove them themselves manually. Click create, and now we have this shopping cart, okay? So this thing here, it's too long, this shopping cart, so it's not displaying it here, but this is kind of what it is. I can add an item, and these are the items here, okay? And actually here it's name. That should be product ID. Okay, so let me go ahead and fix that. Shopping cart, that should be the product ID, because with the product ID, we can get the whole product. With just the name, we can't display the image, we can't display anything. So this should be product ID. And I'm just gonna say integer. Okay, so quantity, product ID. And if we come over here, we can add it, and yeah, quantity, product ID, it's all there. Alrighty, let's jump back and let's go ahead and start working. Well, what do we want to work with? We want to work with the product detail. I'm going to start with the product detail, but this flow is going to be everywhere, right? This thing is also going to be affected. So I'm going to go to product detail and we're going to think about the flow. So how is this flow going to work? Well, it's actually very simple. We're going to look up this product ID in the shopping cart, and based on what we find, if it's not there or if it's there, we're going to be displaying this thing. So this button is going to be conditional. So that means I want to wrap it in a stack. And, you know, right now it's a button. If that product is there, we need to display a bunch of other things. So if you take a look here, it's a whole other flow, right? It's kind of this 3 columns, and then there are 2 rows here. So it's kind of this row, 3 columns, and then 2 more columns or 2 more rows, actually 2 more rows here. Okay. And so let's go ahead and do that right now. We're going to come back here. So this is a button here, right? So this button will be displayed if the product is not there, right? If it hasn't been added. If it has been added, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a row here, and then inside the row, we're going to do a bunch of other things. We're going to do column, 3 columns here, and this middle column is going to be maximum. I'm going to also do a little bit of padding to make it nice. Okay, something like this. And let's go ahead and not show this this button for now, right? Because we're working on the other thing. So I'm going to do conditional. I'm going to put false, and I'm going to deselect it. So that way we can see the other scenario. Okay, so now if I come back here in cart 1 unit, we have this, we have this. So let's go ahead and do that first. Well, this should not be maxed. Well, it kind of should be. It kind of is. Actually, this should be maxed. Okay, so we got the wrong thing. Maxed. This should be maxed. Okay, so something like this. All right, so let's do an image icon button. Icon button here. Let's do an icon button here. And let's take a look. Let's do a little bit of padding on these columns as well. I think a 5 is going to be better. Let's do padding. All right, now let's go ahead and fix these up. First of all, this should be, let's do a trash icon for now, because obviously this will depend. So that's a trash icon. And let's remove come back here, clear this. The border radius should not, it should be less, 10. Okay, so something like this, and obviously it should not be this color. That's the border color. Yeah, the border color is going to be this color, and then the icon color is going to be, I don't know, this color as well. Yeah, it should be. Well, the icon color should be darker, right? Let's go ahead and do that. And let's go see what we can find. Okay, so something like this. And next, let's do the same thing here. In fact, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna delete it and I'm gonna duplicate this. I'm gonna put it here. That way we can just modify the icon. And the icon, what is the icon? It's a plus button. Okay, and in fact, this icon, it has a fill. All right, so let's give it a fill. Fill color is going to be this. We're going to change the icon color to a little bit darker, something like this, so that it's visible. Okay, and obviously we can't make these icons as wide as they are here. Okay, this is like a different type of icon. So this is probably like a button you can use. So I'm just going to leave these icons for now. We'll see how they look. And now we need to have this working, right? So this is going to be 2 rows in cart and then the units. Okay, so this is going to be a row and another row. Okay, so 2 rows, and this is going to be a text and another text. Okay, and what do we have? This in cart, and that should be small. Body medium, body small. Okay, that looks good. And this is the number of units, right? So this needs to be dynamic. So it's going to say 1 unit or 2 units, or etc., etc. That looks good. We have this divider. This divider is, we're going to change the color. Okay, and the divider should also have a little bit of padding. I can do indent. That's what I'm going to do. Indent, indent. Perfect. Okay, that looks pretty clean. Maybe 15. That's kind of like padding. Okay, perfect. All right. So now the moment has come for us to figure out the logic, the way this is going to work. And this thing is going to determine whether, how many items are there, right? So that's kind of what we need to figure out. And so this whole thing, this row, I'm going to give it a name. And this row is going to be this, in shopping cart, something like this. And this is not in shopping cart, not in shopping cart. I'm just going to say NC, and this is in SC. Okay, so that way we know what's happening. Okay, so we need conditional logic, and so we need to see if this, if the product ID is in the app state, right? So remember, we have this app state shopping cart, which is a list of these items. And so what we need to do is we need to get a Boolean if it's there. So let's go ahead and see if we can do that. So let's come over here. And we're going to select our app state shopping cart. And what we can do is we can say list contains item. And then what we want to do is we want to build this item. The problem is we can't do that, right? I don't know why it's not allowing me to create this item, because we have this item and I don't understand why I can't create it. Like why it's, it's disabled, because it would have been really nice. And so what we're going to do is instead we're going to create a custom function to figure that out for us. Okay, if you can't do it, using this method, we can just create a custom function. So we're gonna say get product by ID. Okay, because we have the ID, we can look it up. Get product in cart by ID. Okay, so something like this, and it's gonna take in two arguments: the app state and the product that we're trying to search. So this is going to be the shopping cart, and shopping cart obviously is this data type. It's a list, and it's this shopping item cart type, and then we have the product ID. Okay, so we're gonna say this is the product ID and it's integer. Okay, and it's not nullable. This is not nullable, and we are gonna return a Boolean, right? True or false. Does it exist or does it not exist? And we're gonna save this function. Okay, and well, we need to return something, so I'm just gonna say false so that it does not complain. Okay. So now we have this function. Now we need to write this function, right? We need to check if it exists. Okay, and so what we can do is we can go to CodePilot and say check if product of which has a product ID exists in the shopping cart list. Okay, let's see what it comes up with, if it's smart enough to kind of figure it out. All right, and this is what it came up with, and it's actually, I think it's correct. Shopping cart any item product ID. This is correct. This is exactly what we need. Yeah, I'm surprised it's able to figure out. We're going to say copy function. Yes, and that's it. We're done. This is a quick one-liner, and in fact, we could have used even a code expression, okay? This is it. This is going to find us, right? Because what it's doing is, it's going to return true if there's any product that matches the ID that we're passing. or the ID that we have in the shopping cart. Okay, so we're going to say save. And now we need to pass the value. So this is going to be our app state. And the product ID is going to be the product row. And that's it. So now this visibility is driven by this function here. Okay, so this visibility, if we find a product, it's going to display it. What we want is we want the opposite. So if it doesn't find the product, okay? And what I'm going to do is I'm going to say confirm. So now it's the opposite. I'm going to click copy. I'm going to come back here and I'm going to do the same thing here. And this is the opposite. Paste this. This is not the opposite. Now, if it finds it, remember, it's going to return true if it found it, which means that we want to display this other flow. Okay, so this is the first step, is which widgets to display. Later, we're actually going to find the quantity of this specific product as well. Okay, so now we need to compile the custom function. Okay, that looks. Let me double check. What is the error that we're getting? Product isn't defined for, and it actually is item product. Is that right? Let me double check that. Item is the shopping cart item. Product isn't defined for the type. This shopping cart is this thing here, and that should have it, right? That should have it. Let me double check. Shopping cart item type. It's not. It's incorrect. This just has the ID. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to remove this. This just item product ID. This should say product ID. Okay. Okay, now let's go ahead and recompile that. Let's click here. Okay, we've changed the code, and let's go ahead and recompile it. Okay, and this should work because it thought that we had another custom data type inside of shopping cart, this data type. And that's fine. Well, let's go ahead and run it. Let's go ahead and run it and see if it actually displayed. And then later we'll add the logic for adding these items to the shopping carts. Let's go ahead and reload this. All right, this is our app. Click here, and you see we see the add button because it's not there. So that function returned false. And that is why we're seeing the button. Now, the best way to test it would be to add it first and see if it changes. So I'm going to go back here and I'm going to select the button here. First, I'm going to disable this and I'm going to show the button. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to add the logic. We want the item, this item to be added to the shopping cart. And that's easy to do. We can do that using built-in. Open the sub, search for app state, update app state, this app state, and we want to add to list. And here we can create the data type. So I'm going to select this. I'm going to put in the fields. Quantity is going to be 1, right? Because we are adding it, right? And the thing here is we also need to check, because if we already have the product added, we need to increment the quantity, right? Here I'm just going to put 1 for testing, and the product ID is I'm going to put here. I'm going to select the product ID. I just want to see if it works, and we need to rebuild the current page, because when we rebuilt it, we might show different widgets. Okay, all right, let's go ahead and restart this app and see if it works. All right, click here and it's saying add. So if we click on add, you see that it changed, because now the function returns true because it finds this product in the shopping cart. Okay, so now we need to add more logic. We need to add a function that tells us how many of these items. And I think we can do it using built-in functionality. Let's do that right now. I think FlutterFlow will save the day in this case. So this in cart, this should show the number of items. So if we come over here, select app state, we select this, and here what we can do is we can use filter list items. We can filter our app state by this specific item and see how many of them are there. So I'm gonna do filter list items, okay? And the way the flow is gonna work, there's only gonna be one of those items. It's just the quantity is gonna be different. And here we can create a condition. We're gonna do a single condition, and we're gonna select the item in the list. We're gonna get this data structure field, and we're gonna say product ID, and we're gonna say equal to the product ID that we have here. Okay, so if we come over here, and what we have here is we have number of items. Okay, so we have number of items here, and we can say confirm. Okay, and so that's going to give us the number of items that we have in the shopping cart of that item. So if we add it, we added it, it's going to be there. So that's going to be 1 item. Okay, and so this is going to give us the number of items in the shopping cart for this specific product. Now, the way the flow is going to be set up is we are going to be increasing the quantity. Okay, we're going to be increasing the quantity. We are not going to be, increasing the number of items, right, for that specific product. But if we run this now, it should return one item, because that is what's going to match. And in fact, what we can do is we can copy this and we can do combine. We can do something like this, and we can paste this, and here we can say items, right? Because it says like 1 unit. Okay, so unit. Okay, and that's gonna say 1 unit. Okay, and let's go ahead and reload our app, because the function that we really need needs to be more sophisticated. We need to take into account the quantity as well, and we're gonna do just that. So let's go ahead and reload the app, and now at least it's gonna tell us how many of these items are in the shopping cart. It's not gonna tell the quantity, so it's always gonna be 0 or 1. Right? Because it's not looking at the quantity, but at least it should tell us something, okay? So if we come over here, it says 1 unit, okay? So if we add that again, if we click here and increase the quantity, it's still gonna say 1 unit. We need to change the logic, okay? And in order to do it correctly, we need to use a custom function, okay? So we need to use a custom function. And so if we come back here, we have this one custom function that looks up this product here. And so what we need to do is, instead of returning true or false, we need to return the number of quantities that product exists, or maybe return 0 if it doesn't exist. Okay, but because we already did that check, we know that the product exists in the shopping cart. We just need to return the number of items. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to duplicate this function, and I'm going to call it something else, get product quantity in cart by ID. Okay, so something like this. And here what we're going to do is we're going to look it up, right? So here we're going to look it up, and what we're going to do is, in fact, let's go ahead and save it. And I'm going to come back here, and I'm going to say return the quantity of the product that's matched in the shopping cart. Okay, so something like this. Let's see if that works. At least it should give us the starting point, okay? Fail to generate code. In fact, we need to change this, okay? This needs to return the number of items, product ID, okay. The quantity of the product that's matched in the shopping cart, okay? Okay, it's working. Okay, so that's what we have. And let's see, for item in shopping cart, quantity plus, okay, interesting. Okay, so it's looking in the items in the shopping cart. If it finds the product, this is wrong again. It's basically taking the quantity and adding it here. Okay, let's try again. Let's try again. Can we do better? Okay, so it's not giving us. Let's work with this. Now, what's going to happen here is we are returning this quantity. We're going through each item. That should not be there. That should be product ID. If product ID matches product ID, just return the quantity. We don't need to add up the quantity, okay? Just return the quantity, item quantity, okay? That's what we need to do. And here, we're going to return 0, okay? We don't really need that, okay? So here, what it's doing, it's going through all the products. If it finds the product, just give us the quantity, okay? Otherwise, just return 0, okay? That should work. Let's go ahead and save it. Let's go ahead and validate it. Wants us to validate it. Let's go ahead and validate it. Okay, looks good. And now what we can do is we can come over here, and instead of using this, we can use our custom function, get product quantity in cart. So here we're going to pass the shopping cart, and we're going to pass in the product ID. And now that takes into account the quantity of the product, right? Because before we're just checking if that product exists, even though we might have one of these products or 20 of these quantities of that product. Okay, so now it should still return 1. Because we're still at 1, but once we get this working, we'll be able to increase the quantity. Okay, let's go ahead and start a new session. All right, here's the app. Click here, and it says 1 unit. Okay, because the quantity is 1, right? But if we have this working, we're able to increase the quantity. This is going to say 2 units. Okay, so let's go ahead and work on that right now. This button here needs to look up this specific product and increase its quantity, right? We want to find that product in the shopping cart, right? And increase its quantity. Okay, so that's what we're going to do. We're going to come back here. We're going to open this up, and we are going to add an action. So what we can do is we can go into update app state, come back here, find the shopping cart, and what we want to do is we want to update item at index. Okay, so I'm going to do item and index. And what is the index? Well, that's the thing. We need to find the index of the item that we're trying to update. And we first need to find it in the shopping cart, okay? So can we find it in the shopping cart? Let's take a look. So here what we can do is we can filter it, and we can see if we can find it. But it's going to be tricky. It's going to be very, very tricky to do it this way. And so what we're going to do is we're going to have another custom action, and we'll see if we can consolidate them later. But the best way of doing it is by creating a custom action. So I'm going to do another custom action, and this is going to get index of product. in SC. Okay, so this is going to give us the index. Okay, and this is going to return an integer. We're going to pass the parameters again. And in fact, what we can do is we can change the other function. Okay, we can change the other function because we have one function that returns the, it tells us whether the product exists in the shopping cart. And so what we can do is we can modify the way this function works, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cancel this thing. And so this get product in cart by ID, right? This thing, instead of returning a Boolean, it can return an index if it exists, right? So if this exists, return the index. Otherwise, return -1. So this is going to give us more information. So this function can be used for more purposes, okay? And so if this is true, give us the index, right? And so what we can do is we can say shopping cart index, and what we can say is index off, okay? So if it exists, we can say index off, and here, what do we want to send? Well, we want to send the element, right? So here, what it's asking us is the element, right? This element here. And so what we can do is we can just pass that item. And a much better way of doing it is, in fact, we just use CodePilot. We can say return the index of the matching product by product ID in the shopping cart list. Okay, let's do that. Let's see if it's smart enough to figure it out, because it is index off or index where. It's the right one, and this should not be Boolean. This should now be an index. Let's see if that works. Hopefully it should. Okay, so now it's still, it's doing this looping, which is correct. Actually, this is correct. Let's use that. But there's another function called index where, index off, or index where that you can use, but this is enough. This is product ID, and here returns I, otherwise it's -1. So we can use this function for different scenarios, right? So I'm going to do save, I'm going to compile it, and now what's cool about it is we can come back here and we have a couple of errors because we're not using that function correctly, which is fine. In fact, let's go ahead and delete this for now. Go ahead and fix the other errors. Right, so this is no longer returning a Boolean. So this needs to be a conditional. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to say this is now a condition. Single condition, get product in cart. And this is get product. And we're going to pass all these things. I'm going to pass the product ID. And now what I'm going to do is if this is equal, right, it wants a Boolean. So if this is not equal to -1 is true. If it's equal to -1, it's false. Okay, so I'm going to say equal -1, and this is exactly this thing here, right? If it's equal to -1, it's false, and then you want to display not in a C. This is this button here. Okay, this is perfect. So here I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to use this same expression here, and I'm going to paste this. Okay. Now here, if it's not equal to -1, right? Or if it's greater than -1, it doesn't really matter. Not equal or greater, okay? If it's not equal to -1, that means we found it successfully. That means we should show the other flow, okay? And so now let's go ahead and run it. Let's just double check it still works, okay? Because we have that one item in the shopping cart. Let's see if this flow works. And that way we can combine two different functions, right? Two different features into one. And that's going to be a lot better, okay? So you see, it still works. Right, this function still works. It says 1 unit. Now here, we can increase the quantity by looking it up, getting the ID, and incrementing the quantity here, okay? So let's come by here. Let's click here, update app state. This is the app state. And what we want to do is we want to update item and index because we want to increment its quantity. We're going to come here. Now we need to look it up. So we're going to go to custom function, get product in cart by ID. So shopping cart is our shopping cart, and product ID is the product ID. We're looking it up, and this is going to give us the ID. And what do we want to do? We want to update the fields. And which field do we want to update? We want to update quantity. And what do we want to do with quantity? Well, we want to increment it by 1. That's it. That's the flow. We want to rebuild. That's it. Okay. So now, once we do that, it should display the correct quantity here. Okay. Let's go ahead and do that. All right. There's the app. Click here. 1. Press this, and now it says 2. Now, obviously, this should say 2 units, and that's an easy fix. Come back here. Let's change this. This should say units. Okay, and so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna copy this, and here I'm gonna make a conditional. I'm gonna paste this. What am I missing? It should be let's do a condition. And so if it's greater than 1, we want it to be units. Okay, and so this is going to be, so if it's equal to 1, just display unit, otherwise units. Okay, confirm. Let's go ahead and reload it, and that should be dynamically set now. All right, there we go. Click here and it says 2 units. So we should have a space there, but it works. Let's go ahead and fix that real quick and add another one here. Space, hit confirm, and let's go ahead and reload it just to make sure. All right, there we go. Click here, 2 units. Okay, perfect. Now, when we have 2 units, or anytime we have more than 1 unit, we want to make sure this is no longer this. It should be minus, and we need to create the flow for minus. So let's do that real quick. This should be a conditional as well. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to wrap it in a stack. I'm going to duplicate it, and this is going to be a conditional, and I'm gonna do a conditional here. I'm gonna paste this single condition. I'm gonna say get product quantity. Get product quantity here, and we're gonna do our app state. Okay, so this is our product, and in this case, if it's 1, we want to display that garbage icon, trash icon. If it's not 1, which means that it's gonna be greater than 1, we want to display the other thing. So if it's 1, display this, and let's go ahead and say trash icon, and this is the plus icon, minus icon, minus, and this is set here. We're gonna copy this, we're gonna remove it, and we're gonna be showing this conditional, paste this. Okay, and here it's not equal to 1, okay, which means it's gonna be greater than 1, because this flow only appears, this UI, these widgets only appear if there's something there. Okay, so not equal to 1, we're gonna display a different one. So this is gonna be add, maybe. Okay, oh no, delete should be delete. So minus, remove. Yes, I got it from the second try. Okay, so this is the minus icon or remove icon. Let's rename it, and we have trash icon and remove icon. Trash icon and remove icon looks really good. And let's go ahead and create the flow. Okay, so we're gonna come here. In fact, the flow is gonna be the opposite of this flow. So I'm gonna come here, I'm gonna copy this action, I'm gonna come here, and I'm gonna paste this action, I'm gonna open it up, I'm gonna fix it up. This needs to be -1, because we are decrementing the value. Okay, let's go ahead and reload the app. All right, there we have it. Click here, and let's see. There we have it, and now it's this. Okay, we added 2, and it's this. Works perfectly. The only thing that I want to do, last thing, concerning this flow, is this garbage. It needs to remove the whole thing. It needs to remove the whole product, not just decrementing the quantity. Remove the whole product from the app state. So we're gonna come here, and we're gonna go on this trash icon. And in fact, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna disable this, enable this so we can see it. And what we want to do is we want to remove this whole thing. Okay, and we need to remove it by index, right? So we still need that function. That function is very useful. So we're going to come here, and in fact, why don't we just copy it? It's almost the same thing. I'm going to copy this whole thing. It's almost the same thing. There's just one slight change. I'm going to delete this. I'm going to paste this. And what I'm going to do is, instead of updating fields, instead of updating item, we want to remove from list at index. So it is different, right? So this is going to be get product in cart by ID. This should be get product ID. Well, I guess it's self-explanatory. Come back here, shopping cart, product ID, confirm. Okay, and that should remove it, and then that should automatically show the add button. Okay, let's go ahead and see if that works. Lots of things that you gotta take into account. Lots of different states, depending on what's happening, right? So lots of work for such a small part of the UI, but it adds a lot of value. So we're here. We can do plus, we can do minus. If you click here, it's add. If we click add, it adds. We can add, we can remove. It looks really nice, in fact. So that is good to go. Now, the next thing that I want to look at is a couple of things. Well, first, we have this really interesting flow here, right? This kind of little overlay that appears whenever the user has something in their shopping cart, right? So this obviously it looks like this right? If there's nothing in the shopping cart, but if you add something to the shopping cart, you're gonna have this little overlay. Now it's a little tricky to do this overlay in FlutterFlow, but I'm gonna show you a really cool way of doing it. And after that, we can work on the actual menu page. And this menu page is actually going to be a pop-up, right? This kind of drawer, right? It's not going to be a full-blown page. It's going to be a type of a drawer. Okay, so let's go ahead and build this thing first. I can show you a couple of advanced techniques to make this work, and then we'll go and continue building this app. Okay, so now we are here back in FlutterFlow. And the idea here is that this overlay is going to appear on most, if not all pages whenever we have something in the shopping cart, so that the user can quickly transition to the shopping cart, click on view cart and go over there. That way they can see what's happening. So how do we do that? Well, there's a couple of ways of doing it, but let me show you a simple way of doing it. Okay, so what you want to do is you want to create another widget that's going to be on top of this widget. Okay, that's the idea. And how do you do that? You do it with a stack, essentially. So if we take a look at this column here, we have this main column. What we want to do is we want to create widgets that are going to be on top of this column. And the way that we do it is by wrapping this column in a stack. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to wrap it in a stack. Okay, so now this column is in a stack, which means we can place things on top of it. So what I can do is I can come here and I can add a container. Okay, and as you can see, this container is now on top. Let me go ahead and drag it to the top. I'm going to make it right here so that we can see it. Okay, so now this container is on top, right? Because it's first, it's under it, right? Because it's under it, right? This column is on top of it. And so what we want to do is we want to make it the opposite. We want it to be something like this. Then we can collapse the column, we just see the container. Okay, so now we have this container that's kind of sitting on top. But in this case, we want this thing to be on the bottom. Okay, so the easiest way of doing it is by, using positioning elements, right? The way that you position it. And so what we can do is we can create another column. Okay, we're going to wrap this in another column. Okay, and now this column here has this container in the top. And so what we can do is we can place something that's going to take up the maximum amount of space and have that thing take up the rest of the space. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to add another column, another container here. And in fact, what I can do is I can even add another column. Okay, so if I can add another column like this, that's going to take up the maximum amount of space, right? So what I can do is I can maximize this column, and now this column pushes it down, right? It pushes it down, and now this thing is here, okay? So now we have this container in the bottom, and this container, we can obviously increase it. We can do it like this, or we can come over here and we can set its width, I don't know, 350 maybe, and height, let's say 75, or maybe even less, maybe 50, okay? And then we can center it. So how can we center it? Well, let's take a look at this column here. We can center it using the column, but we can't center it using a row, right? So we're gonna create a row, and now if we center the row, this is gonna be centered, okay? So now we have this container appearing at the bottom, okay? Because it's being pushed by this column here, and this column is kind of this phantom column, right? There's nothing in this column except it pushes it down. Okay, so we can do that. If we don't do that, then it's no longer a phantom column, just like a regular column. But if we do that, it pushes it down and we have this thing. So let's go ahead and work on this container here. And let's make it let's give it a background. Let's give it a background, a fill color. This one, let's give it a radius, I think 20. Is it 20? No, it's not 20. It's less than 20. Let's do the 10 or 15. I think we've been going with 15. So we have 15. Let's do a border color of, I don't know, I think it was like a darker orange, maybe something like that. I don't know, something maybe like this, something darker. Okay, so something like this. I think it's too dark. Yeah, it's kind of yellowish, the color. Okay, so I'm not the best with colors. I think that doesn't look right. Maybe it does. Okay, that's a little bit too bright. Let's do maybe something like this. Okay, so something like this, and then we can put a bunch of other things. So what do we need to put in there? Well, we have this 3-column layout with the middle column taking up the most amount of space. So I'm going to do a row, and then I'm going to put 3 columns in there. 1, 2, 3. And this is going to maximize it, okay? And what do we need to put? The first one is going to be an icon, and obviously we need to make it smaller. Let's do 50. I think 50. Yeah, 50 is even too big. Let's do 40. And I also want to do padding on this row. Padding is your friend. Let's do padding. Let's do a 10. Okay, all right. And then what do we need? We need to have 2 rows. Okay, 2 rows here, and then we have a button. And what is this going to be? This is going to be a button, right? It's not an icon, not an icon button. It's just a regular button. And I'm going to make its height something like this. And it's going to say view card. I think it says, yeah, view card. Let's make give it a little bit of style. No padding, but I want to give it rounded. I always miss these. Where are the button radius? Okay, let's give it a 10, maybe even a 15. Okay, and it's a little bit, yeah, there's some clipping there. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make the container maybe 60, maybe 55. Okay, and this button does not need this drop shadow, so I'm gonna remove this elevation. Okay, and now let's give it let's give this, actually, yeah, so I'm gonna add an icon, right? We need an icon. Did we? Oh, we already have an icon. Oh, we have a container there. This needs to have an icon. I don't know why we have a container. This just needs an icon. Because I just selected a container. And let's go ahead and search for a card. Let's make it bigger, and let's make it 40. Yeah, 40 is too big. 35. Okay, and let's give it, this should be text. I think we have 2 of them. Yeah, 1 unit and then estimated cost text. Okay, so let's go ahead and run it. All right, so here's our app, and there's our overlay. Okay, so we have this view card, but we have a couple of overflow issues, so we need to fix that. This bottom text is overflowed by just 2 pixels. Okay, so let's go ahead and fix it, or we can just make it a little bit bigger. So it's 55, we could make it 57. That's gonna fix it. Why don't we just make it 60? I think 60 would be really, really nice. Let's see how that looks. Let's go ahead and take a look at this. Okay, it's centered nicely. Let's center these columns so everything is nicely centered. Okay, perfect. Let's go ahead and reload that and see if we still have an overflow. All right, and now it's perfect. There is no more overflow, and it's really nice. It's really nice. It kind of looks like this. All right, well, there's a little bit of space here, but I think it looks nice. We can bring it up. We can also bring it up. We can do a little bit of padding, and we can increase the space. So we can do that right now. Let's take a look at what we have. So this is our row. What we can do is we can do a little bit of padding. All right, so we can do something like this from the bottom, and that's gonna bring it up. Let's see how it looks. 10 pixels of padding from the bottom, and let's see the look. And there we have it. Looks perfect. It really does look floating, right? Because once you have more of these items, it's going to look floating. All right, looks really good. Let's go ahead and get it to display the right text here. What do we need it to display? 1 unit, and then the total price. Okay, so 1 unit, that is the number of items. It's not the quantity, or maybe it is the quantity. Let me think. It actually, I'm gonna go without the quantity for now, right? Because I'm not even sure if it's the quantity. It could be. Actually, yeah, it is the quantity, right? So it's everything, right? So if you have 2 pieces of bread, it's not gonna be 1 unit. It's gonna be 2 units, okay? So what we need to do is we need to create another custom function that gets us not the quantity, but also the entire, right? The entire price, the entire number of, the products and the quantity. So everything together, okay? So this is not just, a specific, like the quantity of a specific product. This is everything together. And so we can create a custom function. Let's go ahead and do that. Custom function here. And we're going to say get total quantity. And this is going to return an integer number of quantities. And it's going to take shopping cart. And that's it. It's not going to take a product because we don't care about a product. We're not looking up a product. We're going to say, we're going to do data type, shopping cart item type, and now it's going to take this and it's going to give us the complete count, right? So why don't let's go ahead and just return something so that we can save it. And I'm going to go to a code pilot and say this function should return the complete total of all the quantities from all the products. Invalid prompt. I don't know that a prompt can be invalid. How about just like this? All right, and there we have it. Looks good. This is it. Total quantity for item in shopping cart items. Total quantity. This is it. This is correct, right? Because it's going through every single product and it's just summing up all the quantities, right? This is absolutely correct. So we're going to copy this function and this is it. So we have shopping cart items and item quantity, right? So it says the value of double can be assigned to a variable of type int. So let's take a look here. This quantity, is it a double? It should not be a double. Let me take a look. Shopping cart items. So if you come over here, quantity is integer. Yeah, it's fine. I don't understand. Let me go ahead and see what's happening. Quantity is integer. The value of double shopping cart items. Is that correct? Let me go ahead and see. Shopping cart. Yeah, this is not right. This is in shopping cart. Item in shopping cart. I did not pass a list. Should be passing a list. There we have it. My mistake. You got to make sure you get your parameters right. So our item in shopping cart, item quantity. Okay, this should work. Okay, so this is going to return the total quantity, right? So if you have one, just the bread, but 10 pieces of bread, that's going to give you 10. Okay, total quantity. And we come back here and now let's take a look. 1 unit. So now it should say X units, right? It should say get total quantity. Okay, so now we're going to pass this app state, shopping cart, and that's going to give us the number of items, right? No formatting. We don't really need to format it. And that's going to give us a number of items. So, and obviously what we can do is we can copy it and we can also do combine text. We can paste it. And here we're going to do a space. And here we're going to do number items. And I'm just going to keep it simple. I'm just going to say items. Is it, what's the word? Is it items? Units. I'm just going to do units. Okay, just keep it simple. And I think it was capitalized, I think. All right. And that's it. So that's going to display the total quantity. Now we also need to display estimated cost. And the cost is going to be, it's going to be the price multiplied by the quantity. And so what we can do is we can create another custom function. And obviously, if you have a lot of these, you can get them together. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to duplicate this and I'm going to say get total cost. And this is going to return a double now. We're going to return the double and this is going to be total cost. And in fact, let's go do a pilot, code pilot, return the total cost of all products times the quantity. Okay, let's go ahead and maybe it'll save us some time. It's been working really well so far, so let's keep using it. And it's exactly what we wanted. This is it. Okay, so now total cost is 0. Initialize the total cost item price. This is incorrect. It's gonna be item. We do not have the price. We only have the product ID. So we unfortunately do not have the price. And so what do we do in this case? Well, what I recommend us to do is we change it. We change it so that we're storing the price as well. Because that way we don't need to look it up, because the idea was we have the product ID. We can look it up and we can have all the stuff. And it's going to be tricky because now we need to look it up. We need to send it to this function. It's going to be easier if we just store it. And really, we should be storing it, right? Come to think of it, it's obvious that we need to store it. So we're going to come here, data types. And what we can do is we're going to come here and we're going to add a price, product price. In fact, just call it price. This is going to be a double. Yeah, that's fine. Quantity, product ID, that's the only thing. So in fact, what I'm going to do is I'm going to rearrange it, product, price, and the quantity. And now when we save it, we're going to be saving price and we're going to have that available. And so now check this out. We're going to come here and what we can do is now we have this, right? This item here, it has the price. So we're not getting an error anymore, right? Because we're saving, but we still need to save it correctly. So we have the price, we have the quantity, and we have the product name. Okay, so this is going to give us the total cost, but we still need to save product price correctly. So let's go ahead and do that. So where are we saving? Right? Where are we saving? Right now we're saving here. When the user presses add, we're saving it. So we're going to open this up. Anytime we're creating, we need to add another field. This is going to be the price. And I think that's the only place we're saving it, which should be fine. So we can delete it re-add it, and then it's going to be displayed correctly. Okay, so let's come back here, go to the home page, and let's go ahead and make sure that it's being displayed. Combine text, estimated cost, add text, and this is going to be this get total cost. Pass this app state, confirm, and it looks good. Estimated cost. Let's go ahead and format it as a currency. Display this. Okay, confirm. Okay, all right, looks good. And later on, this is going to redirect to the actual shopping cart. Okay, let's go ahead and test this out. All right, there we have it. So estimated cost is 0 because of the price, right? It's multiplying it by 0 basically. So we're going to come here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete it. Okay. And we still have a lot of units. Interesting that we still have a lot of units. Okay, so why is this 5 units when it seems like interesting? Okay, let's come back here. Is this calculating it correctly? Get total quantity, shopping cart item quantity. Okay, all right. So let's go ahead and let's try this. Let's go ahead and try to add some items and see if that gets the price going. So I'm gonna come here and I'm gonna add this. Okay, so now it should have added the price as well. And now you see the price is being displayed. I don't know. We need to fix this units. I think there's some issue with the units. Get total quantity, item in shopping cart. Total quantity adds item quantity. Let's, when I have these issues, what I like to do is I want to display the number of items in the shopping cart. I just want to see what's happening. Okay, and so we don't have a shopping cart, a page. And so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to put it up on top. What I'm going to do is I'm going to wrap this in a row, and I'm going to add another text. And here I'm just going to add the number of items. So I'm just going to select app state, and I'm going to say number of items just to see what's happening. Okay, and let's go ahead and reload this and see how many items we have in our shopping cart. Okay, so we have 2 items in the shopping cart. Why do we have 2 items? If I delete this, we have 1 item, and it says here 5 units. So we have 1 item with 5 units, but it's not clear what the item is. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and reinitialize the items, right? So I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do is on this on the home page, I'm just gonna have an action. I'm just going to clear everything, right? Because we have persistent state, which is why that could be an issue. And in fact, why don't we do this? Why don't we delete our persistent state? Come back here, shopping cart. Let's click here and let's make it not persistent. Okay. And let's see if it clears up, because we have something that's not being accounted for. It's not linking incorrectly. Let's see what happens here. All right. So now it's 0 units. Okay. So it cleared up, right? It's no longer persisted. And now let's go ahead and add an item. Okay. We added, we have 1 item, 1 unit, 3.3. Okay, so now let's add another one. We have 2 units, 6.6. Exactly. So let's add bread. We should have 3 units, 9.5. Yeah, sounds about right. It was like 6 point something. This is another $3. We can add another bread, 2 units. Looks good. The only thing I want to do is I want to make sure this is correctly formatted, and so it's to 2 decimal places. So we're gonna come here and let's see if we can format it to 2 decimal places. Let's see if that works. Go ahead and reload this. All right, so 0, 0. If we come over here, we added 330. Okay, perfect. Okay, 290, 620. Okay, looks good. 109, 729. Okay, so it's perfectly being formatted. We just need to format it here, which I'm gonna do. But this looks really nice. It's a really nice effect. And we also need to make sure that this is only displayed if there's something in the shopping cart. Okay, we need to make sure, because otherwise it's displayed all the time. It should not be the case. But right now, let me go ahead and fix this real quick. Let me go ahead and fix these things. So it's a little hard to select it, right? Because we have this column here. And so what you can do is, because this is the column, it's on top, you can't really select it. What you can do is you can disable the second column, okay, with this whole thing while you're working on the other one. So you can, well, it's going to be conditional anyway, but right now I'm just going to make it false. Okay, that way I can select everything that I need to select. Okay, and I can remove it from the UI builder. Okay, so I can click over here, and what I want to do is I want to make sure that that last is 0, digit is 0. Now we're good to go, and we can re-enable it. And now let's go ahead and set a condition for it. So this column, this is our overlay, right? This is that shopping cart overlay. I'm just going to call it cart overlay. Okay, this is our cart overlay, and it's only going to be displayed if there's something in the shopping cart. So I'm going to go in here, shopping cart, and I'm going to say, well, I need a condition, single condition, and I'm going to do number of items. And I'm going to say greater than 0. So if it's greater than 0, this is going to be displayed. Otherwise, it's not going to be displayed, and we're going to, we're not going to see it. That's it. It's one of those things that either it's going to be displayed or it's not going to be displayed, but we still have this other thing, right? All right. So let's go ahead and try this out. Let's see how it works. All right, there we have it. So it's still being displayed. That should not be displayed. This cart overlay, number of items is greater than 0. It should not be displayed. Interesting. Okay, let's try this with a false and see if it's still there. All right, there we have it. So right now it's not being displayed. Okay, so if we have this, it's not being displayed. Okay, so we need to make sure that we have it set up correctly. Okay, so let's try that again. Our shopping cart, let's create a condition, single condition. Or actually what's happening here is there's still something in the shopping cart. You see, there's still shopping in the shopping cart. So do we have something? We may have something initializing this. Yes, we have this thing initializing. This needs to be deleted. And now everything is going to be correct. So now if we come back, we click here, that should now work, okay? Because we had that one item in the shopping cart that was screwing everything up, that was being initialized when the app started. So let's create the condition, single condition, here, app state. We're gonna say number of items, and we're gonna say only show up if it's greater than 0. Okay, confirm. And now it should not show up because our shopping cart is empty. All right, and as you can see, it's not showing up. But if we add something, come back, it's here. How cool is that? If we delete something, we delete, come back, it's not here. And remember, this thing is going to be showing up across the pages once we're done with it, right? And so you're going to see this automatic, right? So if we add something, it shows up. How cool is that? It's really, really nice effect. Really clean, very beautiful. You can use it in all kinds of apps. I really, really like this effect. And so we're going to keep it. And the next thing that we're going to be working on is the actual shopping cart page and all the logic that goes into it. All right. So the next thing that I want to work on is this shopping cart. Okay. And this is obviously important because that way the user can see the shopping cart. And this is also going to be useful to us because we'll see exactly what's going on. So it's going to be good for debugging as well. And so the idea here is they're seeing this overlay here, and they're going to click on view cart, and they're going to have this thing pop up, right? And like I said before, this is not going to be like a separate page. This is going to be a pop-up. So it's going to be one of those things that pops up from the bottom, like a drawer, or I don't know what FlutterFlow calls it, but it's kind of this pop-up. All right, so let's go ahead and do that. Let's jump back into the app. And in order to have this pop-up working, it needs to be configured as a component. Okay, and that way, once we have the component, we can have this pop-up, and it's going to work like this, right? So we're going to have an action here, and if we type show, it's going to be a bottom sheet. Okay, that's what I was looking for, a bottom sheet. So we're going to delete that. We're going to get out, and I'm going to delete this so we don't have any errors for now. All right, so I'm going to click here, and I'm going to create a new component. I'm going to do blank, and this is going to be, I'm going to prefix it with C, and I'm going to say shopping cart, and I'm going to say component. Okay, so this is our component right here. And how, what is it going to have? Well, it's going to have, a couple of some text here, one line, one row, and then it's going to have a list. And on this list, we're going to have our familiar design, and we're going to have either this setup here or this setup, depending on if there's one unit, quantity is one, or quantity is more than one. Okay, so let's go ahead and start building. And let's start with the list first, and then we'll do these headers later. Okay, so I'm going to come in here, and I'm going to create a column. That way we can fit everything, and I'm going to put a list inside. Okay, so we have a list. Now we're going to start off with a row, and then we're going to do 3 columns. I believe it's 3. Let me double check. 1, 2, and 3. Yeah, and then there's going to be a lot of other things. But the main is this row and 3 columns. Okay, let's jump back here and let's take a look. So we're going to have, well, this middle column is going to be full, right? It's going to be this greedy column. And then let's go ahead and do the padding. Always a good idea. Let's start off with 10. Here is going to be an image, and that's way too big. So we're going to say 50. I think 50 is going to be way too big. Oh, 50 looks good. And here we are going to have 3 two rows of text, name of the product and the price. So here is, it's going to be 2 rows, and it's going to be a text here. And what I want to do is I want these columns to be centered. Centered is nice. So something like this. Okay. So all the stuff is going to be nicely centered. And now is the last part, right? So this is going to be this column here, 2 rows, the number of units, and then 2 icons. Okay. So let's do that. Row 1, row 2. This is going to be the number of units, and this is going to be 2 icons. And the icons are going to look exactly like they looked before. So I'm going to do this. It's going to be an icon button, and let's go ahead and fix it up. Let's make it, I think that's too big probably. Let's make it 30. Actually, maybe this is fine. All right, let's keep it like this for now, and let's try the first scenario, right? So this is this garbage can icon and this. And in fact, let's go ahead and copy it from the other page, this one. Let's go ahead and copy it. I'm just going to select it. Right click, copy, go back here and paste it. Okay, perfect. And what we can do is we can delete this one and just duplicate it and just change around. And let's do a little bit of padding to the right. All right, so in this first flow, this first stage, it's going to be a trash icon, or it's going to be minus. So this flow is a lot simpler than the other flow, and this is going to be plus. So this is going to be plus. Perfect. And this thing is going to say number of items, number of units. Right, so number of units. So this is going to be the quantity. All right, so let's go ahead and feed it with data. List is going to be this generating children from a variable, app state, shopping cart, and this is going to be our cart item. And we don't have any images. We do have the other things, right? So this is going to be cart item, data structure field. We have the product ID, but we don't have the product name. We have the product ID. So we can look up the item if we don't have the if we have the product ID, we can look it up. But it's going to be easier just having the name there. So let me go ahead and get this fixed. I'm going to add a name to this. Yeah, we don't have a name, so I'm just going to put product name. That way it's just going to be easier, and we'll have the ID anyway. Okay, so product ID, name, price, quantity. Okay, all right. And so now I can have the name, but unfortunately we're not saving the name yet, so we need to modify a couple of things. So name, this is going to be the price, this is going to be the price, and quantity is going to be here. So I'm not really formatting anything just yet, and quantity is going to be here, and then we need the logic for these things, and this needs to be conditional. But before we do that, we want to make sure that when we save these items into our shopping cart, that we are actually saving the name, because we're not doing that right now. So in this product detail, I think it's this add button, right? So this add button, this is icon button. It's gonna be this button, right? So this button here, it creates the item, but it's not adding the name, and now it will. So I'm gonna say product row. Okay, so now we have everything. Okay, so now we have name as well, and that means it will get displayed. Let's take a look at this. Okay, so these are the icons, and we need to work on these a couple of errors here. Let's take a look at this one. This is the trash icon, and it's not being passed the product ID, but we have it right here. There it is. Let's go ahead and work these one by one. Product ID. All right, so we have this product ID, and now we have Boolean property. This is is it the conditional? That's the issue. Yeah, it's the conditional, and then another conditional. So I'm gonna disable it for now. We'll fix that. Custom actions. Okay. Custom functions need to be fixed, need to be recompiled. That's doing it right now. All right, so that is what we have. And let's go ahead and get the conditionals working again. So for conditionals, this thing is going to be conditional based on the fact that if it's the only one, right? If the quantity, right? So we're going to get, actually, if we come back here, we can see how we had it here, right? So here, get product quantity by ID, right? That's exactly the same flow. It's the quantity. So I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to jump back to the shopping cart, and I'm going to put that in here. This thing here, and it's obviously missing the product ID. Second value is 1. So if this is equal to 1, then this will get this. It's just one quantity, right? This is going to be displayed here. Okay. Otherwise, what we can do is we can put these in a stack. There's the stack, and we can put that there, and we can duplicate it. And so this is the trash icon. This is going to be the minus icon. I'm going to put minus. Forget what it was. Less. Okay, there we have it. Okay, so now it's removed, and this is going to be different. So this is not equal to, right? Not equals to 1, which means it's greater than 1. And because it's on the shopping cart, so it needs to be 1 or greater than 1. And that way the other icon is going to show up. And now we have it, right? We have the whole thing. The only thing I like to do is I want to make sure, that the background is white, and we're going to do that when we pop it, when we list it. So let's go back to our homepage, and let's get this view linked to it. So this is we're going to open it here, add an action. This is show bottom sheet show, select component shopping cart. And here we can set a background color. I'm just going to do white. That's pretty much it. We're not passing anything because it's app state. And we can start a new session and see how it looks. All right, here's the, we still have that number of items in the shopping cart there. We need to remove that, but at least we know now. So if we come over here, we add this, come back, we have one item, and we have this thing being showing up. And so if you view cart, there's the shopping cart. Okay, there's the shopping cart. Well, it works. It works, but I just don't want it to show up and take up the whole screen, right? I want it to look a little bit nicer, and we can do that by, creating a height, right? So we can do a height. So maybe we want to do, I don't know, 80%, something like that. Let's go ahead and reload that. See how that looks? All right, this is what we have, and let's go ahead and add something here, view card. Okay, that looks a little bit better. That's 80%, looks good to me. It's kind of similar, right? So this is more like 90%. Okay, so we can change that later. But it looks good. There's still a lot of things we need to fix up. We need to do a little bit of padding. We need inner padding. We need to say 1 unit, etc. And we need all of this. So let's go ahead and fix it up a little bit. But the logic seems to work. We just need to add these things, the logic for these things. And we already have the logic. We just need to copy it. So let's come in here and let's do a little bit of padding. So we have the padding on the row level. We don't have the padding on the column level. That's also a good idea. Probably 10 is going to be too much. When in doubt, do some padding. That's what I like to say. Do that right there. And this is going to be, what is this going to say? 1 unit. So I'm going to copy this. I'm going to do combine, and I'm going to paste this, and I'm going to say something like this. And I'm going to do maybe some padding to the bottom. 5. Okay. So just space it out a little bit. And now we need cart, delivery, couple of things. Select cart. Let's go ahead and add a text, put it up on top, and let's wrap it in a row, and let's do padding on the column. Do we have padding there? Okay, yeah, this is gonna look better. And let's do padding on the row. Okay, perfect. It's starting to look better, and this needs to be title large, and this is gonna say, is that right? Yeah, cart. And we also need estimated cost and checkout. Okay, so we're gonna duplicate a row, and we're gonna move it to the bottom. Okay, so this is gonna be a normal row, and the text is going to be normal, not like a title. So this is going to be body medium, and it's going to say estimated. Is that right? Estimated cost. Going to say estimated cost, and then the price. So what's cool about it is that this is the maximum, or no, this is actually 2 texts inside of a row, but there's a line, so that they are kind of opposite of each other, right? You can say. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add another one, and then on the row level, you can do this, and that makes it perfect. So this is going to be the total here. And we have a custom function that gets the value, get total cost. We're going to pass our app state, and we're going to do the formatting. Do as currency, and I keep looking it up. Maybe one day I'll memorize it. So it's like, yeah, something like that. There we go. Put 0 in here, confirm. Okay, so this is estimated cost here, and this needs to be to the bottom. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this first, and then I'm going to collapse it, and I'm gonna put, what is this row, this text is the card. I'm gonna put this, okay, and then this becomes at the bottom. All right, so now if you open it up, something like this is kind of what we see starting to come together. cart. There's a lot of padding. Do we want that much padding? I don't think we want this list view. This is it the list view that has the padding? A row that has the padding. All right, whatever. This looks good. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna make it 10. Yeah, this is fine. Alrighty. Okay, let's go ahead and refresh our app and see how it looks. All right, that's what we have. And let's go ahead and add a couple of things. View cart. Okay, so there we have it. Yeah, we can change the text. This needs to be formatted, and then we just need the logic here. So let's actually, you see, this is all the way at the bottom, and we have the bottom. So all of this is space. So we need to make sure that this is taking up as much space as possible so that this takes as less space as possible. Okay, so this is important, and that's what I'm going to do right now. So let's go back. What are the minor things? Is this I think the price, we want it to be formatted. We want it to be custom format, and let's go ahead and copy that, paste it in there. This is 0. Okay, so that is formatted, and now what I want to do is I want this thing to take the maximum space. Okay, this expanded, and so in that column, it's going to take the maximum space, and this is going to take the minimum space automatically. This other row, this row here, this thing, it should take the minimum space. Okay, let's go ahead and reload our app and see how it looks. All right, there's the app. Let's add an item. There it is, view, and there it is. And we need the button. Okay, so as you can see, this takes the maximum. Basically, it takes as much as possible so that this is not clipping. All right, so this is not clipping. There's no overflow here, and that's pretty much it, right? Let's go ahead and fix it up a little bit. This needs a divider. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a divider here, or a separator. I forget what it's called, divider. So this is the divider, right here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to rearrange it a little bit. I'm going to put that below. And now we have the divider, except it has this white color, and I'm just going to make it like, and I'm going to add a button. So I'm going to go to this row, and we're going to add a big button. Let's go ahead and give it a width of 350, and you can even give it a, like maybe 90%. That looks really nice. Formatted. Oh, it's just green. Well, makes sense. It's a checkout. Remove elevation and make it green. Maybe not. Yeah, whatever. Let's just stick to these colors, okay? Just to keep things simple. And what else? Okay, and then let's just say checkout. Okay, the color schemes you guys can figure out on your own, right? It's just gonna take too much time, extra time, apart from the basic stuff, because the color scheme is very easy, right? There are lots and lots of websites. You can just decide on what kind of colors you want. You're going to have a list of colors that you can use for your buttons, for your text, for all of these accented colors, etc., etc. So all of that is very simple. All right, looks good. Looks really good. Let's go ahead and reload it and see how it looks. All right, let's click here. Let's add, come back here, and looks beautiful. Looks great. Really nice flow. We can kind of fix up the text. And the last thing I want to do is I want to have these logic flows working. And I believe when we copied it, we should have them, and we do have them. So this thing removes it. This is what is this? This is the trash icon, is it? This is a remove icon. So I'm going to say remove icon so that I can differentiate between them. This is a remove icon. And let's take a look at the logic flows. We have that one, remove from list at index, right? So this is, well, this removes the whole thing. So this should be for the garbage, right? Because they're copies of each other, right? So if we come over here, it's remove from list at index, right? Whereas the remove icon needs to not remove, but update item at index, because we need to decrement the quantity, right? So I'm going to take this here, I'm going to copy it because we're going to reuse it, and I'm going to say update item at index. I'm going to come back here and paste it. Okay. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to update fields, and the only field that we need to update is quantity, and what we need to do is decrement, which is what happens when you put minus something. It's going to decrement it, and that's it. So once it decrements it, it's going to, so if it's a minus, if you press that minus, it's going to become a trash icon, and if you press the trash icon, it's going to remove the whole item, right? Whereas the plus here, so this is remove, which is not correct. It should increment the value, right? It should increment the value, and we can do that very easily. Copy this, update item at index, paste this, and we need to update fields, and the field we need is quantity, and we need to increment it by 1. Done. Okay, let's go ahead and reload our app and see how it looks. All right, there we have it. Come back here, come back here. We have this nice overlay. Click here. And we have this. So this, yeah, so this is garbage icon. If you click here, we have 2 units. And now the estimated cost is 660 because 330 times 2 is 660, 990, 660, and this is going to delete it. Estimated cost is 0. There's a couple of formatting issues that I need to fix, like right here on the detail, I want to fix it. Just things that I see right away, right? So this should be 0 display as currency. And then I believe there's also somewhere, let me take a look. This thing needs to be formatted. So I'm going to take this and it's not as currency. Okay. And that way it's going to have the right currency there. And looks good. All right, look at that. It goes up. We can also click out and we have this, so we can come back here, add bread, come back here. Yeah, okay, so yeah, we fixed that. We just didn't update it. Come back here and we see 2 items. So I can increase it. Now we have 34 bucks. I can decrease it. It's gone. So now it's 330 times 6, which is if my math is correct, is 1980. We can decrease it and we can get out, or we can do checkout. Okay, so that seems to be working just fine. All right, so the app is coming along pretty nicely. Okay, so we have this. We still need to fix this thing here, but we have the basic flow down, at least most of it, right? So we can add an item. It's gonna appear here, right? So we know that this thing is in the cart, and if we come back, it is here. Now we can click here, and it is also here. We can delete it. There's nothing there, and now we don't have this overlay thing. And so a couple of things that I want to do. First, I want to remove this. Next, I want to make sure that that cart overlay is being displayed across all pages, right? At least, you know, the pages that they're browsing on. So like categories, a bunch of these other pages for now. And also we need to make sure that we have this, this flow, because right now it's only from the detail page. Okay. And so we need to make sure that we have that set up everywhere. Okay. So let's go ahead and jump back into our app. First, I want to delete this. This is like a debug thing. So we're going to delete this. Next, let's go ahead and have this really nice overlay, you know, across the app. So in all kinds of different places, on all kinds of different pages. And it's really easy to set it up, right? Essentially, we need to wrap the existing column in a stack, and that's it. And then we just create this other overlay automatically, and it should automatically work, right? It's going to have this. It's based on the app state. App state is available throughout the app. And so that's going to work really, really nicely. Okay. And so let's go ahead and do that right now. I'm going to go ahead and copy it, and I'm going to go into our categories. Okay. So I'm going to wrap this in a stack. Okay. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to come in here. In fact, I'm going to click here and I'm going to paste it. Okay, and so let's see if it's there, and there's the cart overlay. Okay, really clean, everything works, at least everything should work. And let's go ahead and test it. Maybe we missed something, but it should automatically work. That's the beauty of Flutter. Right, makes things really, really easy to kind of develop and work with. Okay, so let's see what's happening. So if we come over here, we add it, we see it here, and we see it here. Beautiful. I don't know about you guys, but I'm really proud of these of this overlay. It really works nicely and looks nicely. And let's do that for the product detail as well. I mean, it's really up to you if you want to do it, but yeah, why not? So we're gonna wrap this in a stack, and I'm gonna go ahead and I'm going to right click here, and I'm going to paste it. We're going to collapse this, and we have this overlay. Okay. And so that's it. Easy peasy, right? And now you have this really nice overlay. In fact, I can't even think of a better kind of flow, right? I mean, you can display the shopping cart information in the header, right, somewhere here, but this is so much nicer and so much cleaner. All right, let's go ahead and see what's happening right now, if everything is being displayed correctly. All right, there's the app. Come in here, add it, and it's here, and it's here. Okay, so I don't know, we'll see if we want it here, we want it here. This displays everything, right? So this, right, so if I add that, so if I come in here and I add it, this displays 2 units, right? This displays the overall shopping cart, whereas this displays this specific product. So I think both are nice, right? Because this displays everything. So I'm gonna keep this. I really, really like this. And if we come over here, it's here. We can click here. and we see the whole shopping cart here, right? We can delete it, and now it is gone. Okay, so that works really nicely. The next thing that I want to do is I want to fix these add to cart flow, right? Because it only works here. So let's go ahead and do that now. Jump into product detail. And if we jump down, we basically, so where we have this thing here, right? Expanded, we're going to have this button here, right? So this button, this one of these buttons, there's a stack. Let me take a look in this. Not in shopping cart. Yeah, so this thing here, this is this button here, not in shopping cart, right? And what we need to do is we essentially need to get this whole thing, right? We're going to copy it and we are going to implement it everywhere, right? So we're going to do it on the home page here, this add one unit. Let's go ahead and collapse that, expand that, and we have this button, right? So if we come over here, we paste this button here, and let's see what happens. So it's creating the shopping and it needs the product ID. We don't have the product ID. We have the product ID. Let me take a look. Okay, we need the price, and we should have the price. Here's the price. We need the product name, and there's the product. Let me take a look at this product name. We have products row name. Okay, so there we have it. So that changed it, that fixed it. And where else do we need to do it? We also need to do it. Let me take a look. So we just did it here. We also need to do it here on the category view. So if we jump into category products, this is where we also need to do it. And in fact, we can also display the shopping cart overlay as well. We'll do that in a second. I'm just going to paste this. Let's go ahead and fix it up. Product ID. There's the product ID, price, product name. That's it. Okay, so that's going to add it to the shopping cart. And also, let's go ahead and display the overlay. Okay, so I'm going to wrap this in a stack. I'm going to collapse this and I'm going to paste this. We don't have it. I think we must have, we no longer have that in our clipboard. So let's jump back here. Let's collapse this and let's right click it, copy it, product detail, and not product detail category. Okay, and so now if we come over here and we paste it, it's there. Okay, so sometimes you lose it from the clipboard. Okay, so now we have this overlay. We also have the actions for all the buttons. Let's go ahead and create the new sessions and just quickly test everything out to make sure that everything is working as expected. All right, so here's our app, and now all of these should work, right? So if you take a look, we added, there it is. We can come over here, we can add another item. This is automatically updated. Very nice. And now if we jump into categories, come into grains, we can add it here. Okay, now we can take a look at the shopping cart, and we have 3 of these Gouda cheeses and 1 bread, right? We can delete it. Everything is updating automatically. I mean, it looks really nice, really clean. Okay, so at this point, everything that we've done so far, all the functionality, it's working flawlessly. All right, so the next thing that I want to work on is this profile page, this kind of user account page, if you will, right? So we have the name, we have some delivery, maybe information, then we have a bunch of these other things. And so let's go ahead and try to create this page here, because this is an important page. As you can see, it's one of the tab items here. Okay, so we're going to jump back into our builder, and we're going to create this page. And so for account page, you can click on settings and you can see various setting pages that we can kind of start off with. And so there's a lot of interesting ones here. And so my suggestion is we kind of start from one of these pages and kind of go from there. Okay, so let's see, which one do we like best? How about this one right here? There's a lot of things happening here. Let's go ahead and do this right here. I'm just gonna do profile. All right, so now we have this profile page, and because we have a profile page means that we also need a login page, right? We need to do authentication. And so first, let's go ahead and add it to our nav. We want it to be shown on the nav bar, and we're gonna do account. What's the account? I think this is nice. If I'm not, yeah, perfect. So now we have the account page, but we can't really display the user because we don't have the authentication. So this is a good time as any to configure Auth, right? So we're going to be doing Auth, we're going to do Supabase Auth, and we need an initial page. So we have the logged in page, which is going to be the home page, but we need a login page. So I'm going to go ahead and add another page, and I'm going to go into Auth. There's a lot of good pages here that you can use. There's really no reason to create your own. Okay, so how about this one right here? I'm gonna do this one here, and I'm gonna say log. All right, so here's our page. We have a bunch of errors because we're using other things. So I'm just gonna delete all the social logins so that we just have a regular old username kind of login. Let's go ahead and delete this. Let me go ahead. This wrap. That's what I want. Let's go ahead and do that. And looks good. Okay, so what do we have here? Auth entry page. So we're going to do our login here. And now we have authentication. So now when the user logs in, the app is going to know who the user is. Okay, so if we go into this profile, we can replace this with authentication, authenticated user. We have email, user ID. So we want name here, right? So if we go into our database and we go into this user info, we have user ID, we have username here, right? So these are the extra fields. And so what this means is that we can use it on, to display, some information about the user, right? So what I'm going to do here, what I like to do is I'm going to look up extra user information from this authenticated user so we can display maybe their image, their avatar, their name, etc., etc. So I'm going to come here and I'm going to do a backend query. I'm going to do Supabase query, and I'm going to do user info. This is going to be single row, and we're going to do a filter ID and equals to the authenticated user ID. Okay, so it's not letting us doing it because the ID is an integer, right? So we need to do it by user ID, right? So if we come over here, now we'll be able to do it. Okay, so now we can just do it on the user ID here. And then we can get it because this user ID, this is what we were trying to match on. This connects us to the actual authenticated users table and all the good stuff. All right, so now we can just do this. And now we have access to all that other information using this user info row. So I'm going to put username here, and I'm just going to put something. I like to put the letter E, which means empty if it's a null value. That way you can tell it's empty. This is going to be email. So for email, I think it's actually, we have it here. And for the image, let's go ahead and add an image here, and let's do image, and this is going to be, that's it. Okay, and now let's go ahead and refresh our database, go to Supabase, get Schema, so we have access to it. And now I have access to this image, which means that we can use it. Okay, so now we have the image, username, email, we have all of these things, and looks good. It looks really, really good. Let me take a look. Do we have logout? No, we don't have a logout, right? I want a logout, and maybe the app bar, I want the color to be our standard color, right? And this text, I want it to be white. Secondary background, and I want this to be white, because that's kind of how the rest of our app works, right? So this is, and maybe make it a little bit bigger. Okay, something, or maybe 20, I don't know. Yeah, something like this. Okay, so we have the profile. One thing I want to add is a logout, and we don't have that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a button that's going to do logout. All right, so this button is all the way at the bottom here, and we're going to wrap it. We're going to wrap it in a row. We're going to center the row. Okay, and we are going to be doing the logout. But before that, I want to make sure that this is scrollable, right? So that we can actually get to the button. Let's do a little bit of padding. All right, and this button is gonna be just logout. That way we can test it with multiple users, etc., etc. And I'm gonna come in here and I'm gonna search for, okay, what do we have here? Custom functions. Okay, let's go ahead and recheck our custom functions, but we haven't changed them, so they should be good to go. Go and see what's up here. All right, so here's our logout button. Okay, looks good. Now there's a lot of options here, and we'll see if we're gonna change that a little bit later. But right now, this is good. This is good for testing out. But in order to test it out, we need to make sure that we have a field here. So let's say I log in as Rob. Okay, that's the user I was testing with. So I'm gonna find Rob here, and I'm gonna create some data. Okay, auth users, and there's nobody in auth users, right? Because this is a new project. In fact, I'm gonna go into authentication, and I'm gonna add a user. create a new user, and I'm gonna say rob@rob.com, create the password, auto confirm the user. We don't need to save it, and we've successfully created Rob. And so now you can head back here, user info, create insert, and now you can match it to this Rob. Okay, and this username is like Rob, I don't know, 2000. Phone number is 1-800-555-1212, like they have in those American movies. 555, you know, so it's like a fake number. And then we have the image. Let's go ahead and find a profile image. We can use the site called randomuser.me, and let's go ahead and get this guy, right? These are all fake profile pictures. I'm just gonna get the URL, come back here, and we can just paste that. Okay, hit save, and now we have a record for that other table, that extra table there. Okay, so now if we come back here and we run the app, we should be able to log in as Rob, and we should be able to see all of this, well, this part built in. Let's go ahead and test this out. Let's go ahead and run our app. All right, here's our app. Let's go ahead and log in, and we are logged in. Okay, so it's loading all the products. Come back here and we see the information, right? So we can also log out if we want, but the key here is that we're seeing this extra auxiliary user info. Okay, and so at this point it looks really clean, right? We can add stuff, we can take a look at the shopping cart. We have these items there. All right, take a look, adding, increase the unit. All right, come back here, add this bread, 5 units, 1 bread, 4 cheeses. Looks really clean. Now we still need to kind of fix up the UI, but I'll do that later just to make it nicer. We'll see how far we can take it, but I'm gonna leave that for last. We can also search, right? So I can type cheese and we're just seeing cheese, and now we're seeing the rest of it. Okay, it looks really clean. I really like that.
Well guys, I sincerely hope you're enjoying this tutorial and getting some new knowledge. Maybe you've learned a couple of new techniques, a couple of new methods, and perhaps you've even had a couple of aha moments. Maybe you saw something a different way, or maybe even solved an issue that you're dealing with right now. But remember, this video is just the beginning. If you want to start your journey, you really want to pick up on things, then you definitely need to join our amazing Patreon community, because inside the community, you're going to be getting tons and tons more value than what's out there currently on my YouTube channel. You're going to get a ton more value. You're going to be part of an amazing community. You're going to have access to all the apps that I publish on this channel, which means you can interact with other members, ask questions, view the app, and even clone the app. Plus, you're going to get a ton of other extra content. And additionally, I would also urge you guys to check out my trainings, specifically Mastering FlutterFlow and Mastering Supabase. When you join the training, you're going to get access to amazing material that walks you essentially step by step, module by module, teaching you the things that you need to know without, confusing you with the things that you do not need to know. And plus, as part of the training, you're going to get access to our amazing private Discord community, where other community members as well as myself will be more than happy to help you out with any issue and solve any potential problems that you may have as part of building your dream app. So definitely check out our amazing Patreon community, or better yet, join one of our training, Mastering FlutterFlow and Mastering Supabase. And remember, as part of this complex video tutorial, I'm offering a discount that's going to be valid for the next 24 hours. And so if you guys are interested in kind of taking your no-code knowledge to the next step, you want to, improve your no-code game, then definitely take advantage of this amazing opportunity. Join our amazing Patreon community and check out our trainings and become a member. And so if that sounds like a plan, hopefully I will see you inside of our Patreon community or inside of our amazing Discord community, where you're gonna get a ton more value to help you along the no-code journey.
All right, so the next thing that I want to focus on is the actual order process, the order flow. I want to look at what happens when the user looks at the cart and they click on checkout. And so the idea here, and this is kind of what we have, is we have this page right here. They're going to see their items. They're going to click on checkout, and I want to show them a confirmation page. And this is going to be a page that's simply going to list all the items without really giving them the option to change, right? So this is a confirmation page, right? So on this cart page, they can kind of mess with the things, but on the confirmation page, they're just going to see a list. And if they're happy, they're going to click on purchase. Okay. And then they are going to enter their payment information, their credit card information, and, we're going to process their payment card, their payment information, and the order is going to, we're going to create a new status for the order. It's going to be like new order. So like a new status, and then we're going to provision or fulfill that order. Okay, so let's jump back into FlutterFlow and let's go ahead and create another page that will serve as the confirmation page. Okay, so this is going to be very easy because if you take a look at our shopping cart, we pretty much have this page. Okay, so we're gonna take all of this here and change it around. Okay, so this is going to be a brand new page, and I'm going to say create blank, and I'm going to say confirmation. Okay, create this confirmation, and we're going to say order confirmation. Okay, and here we can just take this list view, we can just copy it here, click here, and paste it here. Okay, so that's kind of what we have, and we're not going to give them the ability to change anything, right? So they won't be able to add, because this is not a shopping cart anymore. Okay, so we're going to delete all this, delete this, delete this. What do we have here? We have a bunch of we have a stack here, we don't need it. We have a row, just going to list the units, right? So it's kind of like a shopping cart page, but without the ability to mess with it. Okay, so we're gonna list all these things, and it looks like it's pretty much ready to go, right? Because we can come over here. So this is just using it off shopping cart, which is app state. And let me go ahead and take a look. Let's do a little bit of padding. Yeah, I like to do a little bit of padding here, so it's not, and that looks good. Let's also get it like a white background. I think that looks better. Okay, so something like this, and that's it. Now the other thing we need to do is we need a button. Okay, so I'm gonna come in here. Well, actually we need the button, but we also need this thing here, right? This thing here, right? Let's take a look. So this divider, so basically everything, right? This divide, this row, and a button. And in fact, what we can do is we can copy it. I'm going to add the divider myself, and we're going to add a divider here. Okay, so this is a list view that's inside a column. Okay, and so what we can do, so if you take a look at this page here, the way it's set up is we have a column, but the list view has this expansion. Okay, and that allows it to take up the max amount of space while giving this thing, so while giving space to whatever is left, right? So if you have this, it's gonna take up the max amount of space. So we're gonna jump here, we're gonna do this on list view. In fact, we already have that, and that means that we can add other things, right? So in this column, we can simply come in here and paste it, places it in here, and we can also do a divider, and we're gonna move the divider up. This divider is here. In fact, we can move this down. Okay, and where's the divider? And there's the divider. Okay, and the divider is white. Let's make the divider something like this, and we can also give it a little bit of padding, right? Indent something like this. And we have this estimated cost. Now we also want this, we want that checkout button, right? So I'm going to take this button, I'm going to copy it, and we're going to go to confirmation, and we are going to paste it right here. Paste it, and there it is. Okay, so let's give it a little bit of, let's give this column, let's give this button a little bit of padding. Okay. Perfect. Okay, so this is not going to say checkout. This is going to say placeholder. And it looks like everything is good to go, right? So we have this custom function that's going to calculate the sum. And this right here is our order confirmation page. So let's go ahead and jump back to this shopping cart. This checkout is going to do a navigation to confirmation. And that's it. So now we are on our confirmation page. And when the user clicks on place order, they are going to be on another page. And this is a page where we're going to take their payment information. So let's go ahead and create that page and see how we can do that. And let's actually search. Do we? Oh yeah, we have some e-commerce. There's some really good pages that we can use for this, right? So if you take a look here, we have some templates. Let's see if this is going to work for us or not. So yeah, this is a checkout page. Let's take a look. Yeah, so I don't quite see exactly what I'm looking for. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do it from scratch. Let's create it from scratch, and let's go ahead and name it order. This is our order page, and here let's see if we can find a template that we can use. So let's see, payment, maybe pay or a credit card. Not quite what I'm looking for. Let's see if we can find a kind of a credit card checkout, because I know there's a credit card. All right, so I don't quite see exactly, but what we can do is, I think there's a credit card form, right? So there's a credit card form that we can use. Okay, so let's just keep it simple. Let's use something like this. For a credit card, we can also do a little bit of padding on it. So something like this, and here we can have place your order, right? So something simple. Let's give it a padding. Let's give, yeah, this is fine. Go ahead and pad this, and this can be place your order. Let's make it a little bit bigger. Okay, so something like this. Okay, maybe do we want it to be left justified? I guess that's up to our designers, right? That's up to our designers at this point. But yeah, this looks fine. This looks fine to me. And I'm gonna add a button. So I'm gonna go ahead and copy this button here just to keep it the same. I'm gonna go ahead and scroll down. I'm going to copy this, and I am going to go over here to this order, and I'm going to paste it. Okay, and there's the button, and we're going to say pay. And if you want, you can also do an icon, right? I think there's a cool icon here. Something like this if you want, but I would recommend having that throughout, right? That's just good practice. Okay, so now we have that. And so the idea is it's going to create an order, right? And this is going to depend how we are going to actually integrate with our payment processing. Are we gonna have a backend flow? Are we gonna do that? In fact, I think a backend flow is as good as any, because this is no longer FlutterFlow. This is gonna be Stripe or something else. So I'm gonna show you a pretty cool flow when we do that. But right now, what I want to do is when they click pay, I want to create a new order. Right, so we have the order information. We have all the items. We have everything that we need to know. It's in the app state. And so when they click pay, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna open this up, and I'm gonna delete this action. And what I'm gonna do is we are going to insert a row into our we're gonna create an order, right? So we are gonna create an order. And then we're also going to populate orders item, right? Because order items needs the order ID. So we're going to come to this order. We're going to add all the fields. Okay. And so here we have the user ID. This is us. We don't need these two fields. And we have this time from and time to. Now, this is actually a cool one. This is a cool feature because this allows you to place your order in different buckets. Okay, so this is something that when they place the order here, this is something that they can do, right? So if you take a look at the confirmation, they can do it here. On this page, it's a good idea to add these things. Like you can have a list of different time slots. You can allow them to pick them. There's lots of ways of doing that. So we're going to do that. But right now, what I want to do is I want to come back here and I just want to test out this flow. Okay, so we're not going to do anything here. I'm just going to add my authenticated user ID here. So at least we have it assigned. And we're going to get back the ID. We're going to get back the actual inserted row, right? We're going to get that. So this is this new order row. Okay, so we're going to get this. And now what we can do is we can add the individual order items, right? Because remember, we want to store all that, right? So if we head over here and we come back here, we have order items, right? So it's a good idea to store individual items because we can display them to the user, right? So if you take a look, we have the order ID, we have the product ID, and we have the quantity. Okay, so this is going to be a loop, right? This is going to be a loop because there's no way to add them, at the same time, right? So if you jump back here, what we can do is if you add an action and you do an insert, right, you can do an insert row and you can select order items. You can't, you can't give it an array and let it do itself. You can't batch it, at least not yet. Maybe in the future, that is something that you'll be able to do. And so what we need to do is we need to create a loop. Okay, and the way you create the loop is you need a loop variable here, and I'm just going to say loop index. This is going to be an integer, and it's going to be 0. It's not going to be nullable because it's always going to be it's always going to have a value, so it's going to be 0. And what we want to do is we're going to come here, we create the order. And now what we can do is we can do a loop. We're going to do a loop, and the loop action is going to be, this is going to be this loop variable, and we're going to loop until we covered all the items, right? The items, not the quantity. We don't really care about the quantity, just the items, right? And so we're going to create a condition. We're going to say condition, and we're going to say until loop index is less than the number of items, right? So we're going to go into this app state, shopping cart, and we're going to say number of items, and that's it, right? It starts from 0, so 0 is the first item, and then once we get once we go through all the items, we're less, right? Because when it's equal, it's going to break out, and we just wanted to break out before that point, because when loop index is equal to the number of items, we're going to have an error, because we won't be able to access that item. We can only access 0 to number of items minus 1. Okay, so remember that. So that's kind of what we have here. This is our loop condition, and here what we can do is we can have this insert, right? We can insert the row into order items, and we can list all the fields. We're going to remove these fields. We can just leave them on default. Now the order ID is going to be this action output here, and this is going to be the ID right here, and the product ID is going to be the app state and the actual index, right? So we can just go here, and what we can do is item at index. Specific index is going to be this loop index, right? Okay. And here we can get the data structure field. So here we just need the product ID, and we can also copy it because now we need the quantity. So it's the same thing. We're going to come by here, paste it, and I'm just going to select quantity. And this allows us to get the individual products, right, from that app state. Now there's one more thing, very, very important thing that you need to do. You need to make sure that you're incrementing this loop index, because if you don't, it's going to be an infinite loop, right? Remember, this is checking. Actually, this is not right. This needs to be less than, okay? Because this would not work, right? This loop is not going to do anything, right? Because it's not equal initially, okay? So if you come over here, we want to make sure that we increment, right? So you want to go into page state, update page state, loop index, and you want to increment by 1, okay? And that's pretty much it, right? So we're creating our orders, we're setting this user, we're gonna have that functionality where we're gonna be displaying the time buckets, the actual buckets that you can select. And now we have the user ID here, and here we are looping through all the items, all the products that we order, all the order items, and we are inserting into this order items. And we're updating page state. And so when page state reaches the number of items, we want the loop to stop. We don't want it to do anything, because like I said, it's going to go from 0 to number of items minus 1. Okay. And that's pretty much it. So that's going to add everything. It's going to place the order. It's going to add the order and everything like that. And then what we can do is, we can just display something like, we can do a snack bar. Say something like your order. Oh, and another thing that we want to make sure is the status, right? So if we come to our orders, are we tracking the status? This is very important, right? We have this order. We want to make sure that we are successfully tracking the status there. Okay, so let's double check there. And we don't have the status field. Okay, so this is what I'm talking about, that, we just create fields as we go. So this is going to be text. Initially, it's going to be new, then it's going to be delivered. This is important to track. And so we're going to come back here, and we're going to go into Supabase. We're going to get our schema, and we're going to come back here, and we want to make sure that we set the order status, right? So if we come back here and we remove all this, and status is going to be new, right? New order. Okay, and then you can modify it. Our backend processes can modify it as we're doing things to that order, right? So now it's new, status is new, and then we're looping. Everything starts off at 0. Okay, looks good to me. Okay, now let's go ahead and test it out. Okay, we need to compile our functions, of course, and since we haven't really changed them, should be no issues there. Okay, looks good. Now let's go ahead and start a new session and see what's going on. Okay, see if the app is working as expected. All right, so here's our app, and let's go ahead and add a couple of items to our shopping cart. So if you jump over here, I'm gonna add this. I'm gonna add 3 units of this. I'm gonna go ahead and add this. So we have 5 units. Estimated cost is $15.70. We click on view cart. We have this pop-up. We're gonna go into checkout, and now we're looking at this. 3 units, 2 units. Fair enough. Maybe make this a little bit bigger, but we'll worry about that later. Now, if you click on place order, nothing happens. Okay, why doesn't anything happen? Because we probably don't have it linked. So if we go into our confirmation, this needs to be, and of course we don't have it linked. Let's go into create. This is going to be order. Yeah, order is the last one. Okay, so let's go ahead and reload our session here after we fix that little issue. All right, let's try this again. And I'm going to come in here. I'm going to add 4 of these. I'm gonna add here, and I'm gonna do a bunch of these. So we have 8 units. Estimated cost is $24.80. View cart, order confirmation, placed order, and we are here. Okay, so here's where we can place the order. Okay, so we're gonna fill all of this out, and then we're gonna click on pay. Okay, and so now if I click on pay, it should create an order and add those order items successfully, and then show us a snack bar. So I'm gonna click on pay. Your order has been placed. Let's jump into our database and see. So we have this order right here. These are empty. That's fine. Status is new. And order ID is 1. This is what we wanted to see. And if you jump into order items, we have our order items, right? So this is product ID 1, 2, and quantity is 4. And I hope that's correct. So if we jump back here into our app and let's go back. Yeah, it looks good. So we have 2 products. One is product ID 1, another is product ID 2. And we have 4 units. Anything else we need to store? Yeah, we need to store the price. Well, we have the product ID. I guess we don't need to store the price. We do have the product ID, so maybe it's not that important because we can always look up that information. The only thing that I'm thinking about, the reason I said this is because the price may change, right? So you want to freeze that price and that order, right? So it's like with Amazon, right? The prices are always changing with the products. And so, you know, if I'm looking at a product right now, it could be one price. But, you know, when I ordered that product, like, you know, 2 months ago, it was a different price. So that is something to keep in mind. And so probably it would be a good idea to store the price on the order items level. Okay, so we can do that, you know, just for completeness sake. So I'm going to say price, I'm going to do a numeric, and I'm going to hit save. Okay. And so we have, so I'm going to put that right here. Okay. So this is just for completeness sake. Let's go ahead and fix this, refresh our schema. Okay. And let's come back here and let's go into order, come back here, open this up, and it's just going to be the same thing that we did in this here, right? So we can add, in fact, what we can do is we can come here and we can change this to price. And here what we want to do is we want to copy this and you want to paste that there, and you want to change the price here. Okay, and that's going to keep the price there. Okay, so that way we have the price frozen, right? So, you know, the user can always look up their orders and they can see, oh, the price went up, the price came down. This is especially important when it comes to, you know, these kinds of goods, right? Products in a supermarket, right? You always have sales, products are always changing, stuff like that. So we want to freeze it. So let's go ahead and reload our app and let's see if the prices are being saved correctly as well. All right, this is our app. I'm going to come in here. I'm going to add 3 of these. I'm going to come in here. I'm going to add 3 of these, and I'm going to add 3 of these. Okay, just for completeness sake. View cart 333, 3 of these, do checkout, place order. Your order has been placed. Come back here and, well, this is order items and we have the price. Okay, so we have the price here, 330, 290, 109. This is the quantity, this is the order ID, this is the product ID, and come back here, we should have the other order, okay? So this is the right approach. You want to freeze it because yes, you can get the product name, and product names should not change, right? If it's a different name, it should probably be a different product ID in most situations. And so at this point, we have this flow working. We still need to have the processing done. This is something that we're going to do. But the other thing that I want to do is when they have the order confirmation, I want them to be able to choose the time bucket. So like something like 8 to 10 a.m., 10 to 12 a.m., maybe 2-hour time slots, and they can choose it right in one swoop, right? This could be like maybe it could be a select, it can be a kind of a horizontal list, could be all kinds of things, and that is something that I definitely want to implement. All right, so the next thing that I want to work on is that time slot option, right? So basically they're gonna be able to choose a specific time slot during the day. So something like, 8 a.m. to 10 a.m., 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. We're going to do a 2-hour time slot, which means that the from is going to go from 8 to maybe, 20 hours, right? If we're talking about 24-hour system, right? So 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. And the 2 is going to be 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. Okay, so the earliest they can choose is 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. and the latest is going to be 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. Okay, so something like this. And so the way that we're going to be implementing it via a list view that is set to be horizontal. Okay, so I'm going to come in here and I'm going to add another list view and I'm going to drag it up on top because I want it to appear above right here. So now we have this list view. And so now we can come in here and we can set it as a horizontal list view. Now, when we do that, we get an error and it's telling us the list view would have undefined or infinite height, but its parent gives it an unlimited amount of vertical space to expand. So it's saying a list view that is not shrink wrapped is unconstrained. You can expand the list view and then turn off shrink wrapping. And so what we can do is we can select this list view and we can have this expansion. So we can do this expansion and turn off shrink wrapping. Okay. And so now if we come in here, we should be able to set it horizontal. Okay. So now it's going to be horizontal. And what kind of things do we want to display in this list view? Well, there's a couple of things we want to display. We want to display the time slot there, right? So something like, whatever, 8 a.m. to etc. Right? So this is going to, it's going to be a row, and inside the row we are going to have, text. In fact, I'm going to wrap this in I'm going to wrap this with a container, right? I really like containers. So something like this, and now the text is going to display the time slot. Now, in order to display this data, we need to, we need to make sure that we actually have data that is going to be displaying. And fortunately, this is relatively simple. We can feed it with we can do a generating children from a variable and feed it with a custom function that will essentially give it, tell it to generate X amount of time slots. So I think the number of time slots that we need is like 7. So what we can do is we can create a custom function, create new custom functions, and something like this, gen time slots. And to keep it really, really simple is we can create a data type that represents a time slot, right? Because the time slot is 2 things, right? Is the from time and the to time, right? And so what we can do is we can just return a dummy value here so that we can save this function, right? So what I can do is I can say, well, list in is, my list, and I can say, whatever, generate list. Let's do something like this, and we take a look here. We can see that we just need a length. So let's say 10. Okay, so something like this. Okay, and then we can say return my. And in fact, what we can do is we can take this just so that we have something there. Okay, so that's going to generate, 10 numbers where each number is multiplied by each other, where each index is multiplied by each other, right? Just a simple list so that we can just save it, because otherwise we won't be able to save it. And here, what we need to do is time slot item I use. Okay, so something like this, and now we can display there. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come in here and I'm gonna do time slot type, and this is going to be from integer. Okay, so now we have our time slots, And now what we can do is we can actually have a function that generates these time slots, right? So we can come in here, and now what we can do is we can come in here, data type, time slot type, okay? And that's what we want to do. And so now what we can do is we can say time slot, and I think it's going to be struct. I think if I'm not mistaken, that's time slot type struct, okay? And that's what we're gonna do. And now what we can do is we can say, well, I want to do 7. This is an index, and so what we can do is we can come in here, and I'm gonna say time slot type struct. And what we can do is we can use something like this, right? We're generating 7 of these time slots, and depending on the index, it's going to look different, right? So if the index is 0, it's gonna be 8. Here it's gonna be 10. If the index is 1, this is gonna be 10. And this is going to be 12, right? So that's how it's going to be moving. And we're going to get back this my list. We're going to hit save, and this is going to generate our time slots. And what's nice about it is that now here we can display, exactly what we want to display. So here we can say, what we can do is we can come in here and we can actually display the data. And so what I want to do is I want to have a row, and in fact I can do combine text, right? So here's my first one, time slot. This is going to be from here, and I'm gonna copy this, and I'm gonna put this space, this here, and I'm gonna paste that, and this is gonna be 2. Okay, so now we have this text combination, and we can also, let's go ahead and do a little bit of padding here. That's nice. Can also do a little bit of padding for good measure here, and now we have a list of time slots here. Okay, so let's go ahead and see if that works. All right, that compile. Let's go ahead and run it and see what it comes up with. We're going to start a new session. All right, here's our app. Let's add a couple of items here. We added this item, let's add more units, come by here. All right, this is good. We're going to do a checkout. And as you can see, now we have these time slots, and this is exactly what we wanted, right? So 8 to 10, 10 to 12, 12 to 14, 14 to 16, all the way to 20 to 22. And this is military time, which means that this is 8 to 10 p.m. And, I'm just going to leave it as is. Sometimes I like using military time. And so as you can see, this is kind of what we have. Now we need to fix it up a little bit. It's taking up a lot of space, and this is taking up the middle, so we want to move this up. Let's go ahead and fix this little layout here. This list view is just taking up too much space. Now, in order to fix this, what we can do is we can wrap it in a container, control the height at the container level, okay? But we need to turn off, we need to make sure that this thing is turned off, right? So once, because we had this, we can also set it like this. Remember, this list view here is maxed out, so it's always going to take the max amount of space. And so this is kind of what we want. So that looks nice. Okay, so this list view is going to take the max amount of space. There, here, come back here, and that's exactly what we want to do. So we want it to be like this, and that way it's kind of scrollable. Another thing that I want to do is I want to maybe change the color, the background color, so that they can see it, or actually give it a border radius, right? We're going to give it a border radius, and let's give it a border color. So something like this. Okay, and let's do I love my padding. That's too much. Okay, that's better. And let's give it a little bit extra height. We want to make it 70, right? So it doesn't have this unconstrained, right? Unconstrained height. Okay, that looks good. So that way it's scrollable, and they can kind of decide. And we're going to have a page state variable that's going to store the values, because when they select it, we want to set the page state variable so that we can pass it as a parameter to the next page, right? So we're going to create a page state variable, which is this data type, time slot type, and time slot pick. Okay, and that way when they click on it, they click on this container, we're going to save the time slot. Okay, so we're going to do this, open this, add an action, page state, update page state, time slot picked. We're going to set the value. And what is the value? Well, the value is this is the value, right? What they picked, right? So that's what we're going to do. And when they click here, we're going to pass that time slot value to the next page, right? So we're going to come back here. We're going to define a parameter, time slot parameter, whatever, just time slot. And this is going to be this data type, and confirm. And then we're going to pass it. And this is going to be what they picked, time slot pick, right? Because we need to save it as a page state so that we know what they picked, and then we can pass it. And this is going to be passed here. And Oh, I want to do one quick thing here. This container, let's do a little bit of padding, maybe even more padding. Actually, I want to do padding on this container. Let's do 10. Okay, perfect. Okay, so now it's aligned, and now they can just scroll, and they can pick the right time slot. And we can even say, we can even have this text, put it up on here, and let's put it in a row, and let's do this 20. Okay, actually not 20. We want 20. 20 and we want 10 and we're gonna say pick a time slot, and yeah, let's make it a little bit bigger. Okay, so something like this. There's still a lot of padding. We don't need that bottom padding. Yeah, we don't need that. There's enough of padding as is. So pick a time slot, and then you have this, and then when they click on place order, when you click on the time slot, it says the page state variable, and it's gonna pass it. Okay, so that when you go to the order, right? Remember, this goes to the order page. We're gonna have this time slot information. So when they click pay, we have that time slot information. So we're going to come back here, insert this. Is it? It's in the order ID. It's going to be here. Actually, let me go ahead and fix that. We don't need this. We're going to come in here, and we need time from, time to, remove this, and we have it, right? So this is this time slot. This is data structure field. This is from. Okay, so we can't pick from because it's a mismatch, right? So that is an integer, and that is time. Okay, so we need to fix that. But before we do that, let's go ahead and see if everything, if the whole flow works. Okay, let's fix that. Okay, looks good. Let's go ahead and rebuild our app and see what happens. Okay, because the issue here is we have them stored as date, but these are integers. Okay, so how do we fix it? Well, let's see if the app functions as is, and then we'll fix this issue. All right, let's go ahead and add some items here. Okay, check out. We have our time slot. Nice. We can select it. Actually, when I select it, I want to change it. I want it to be, because I don't know what I selected, right? It doesn't say exactly. So what I'm going to do is I want it to be a little bit different, right? So we're going to go to this confirmation. And so what we need to do is we need to track which time slot was selected. Okay, we're not tracking that. Okay, so if we come over here, and what we can do is, if we take a look at this thing here, this list view, and we have a container. So what we can do is we can change the border color depending on if this is the currently selected time slot. Okay, so I'm going to come in here, and let's go ahead and do conditional here, conditional. And so we're going to say condition, and the first value is going to be the currently selected time slot. So I'm going to come in here, time slot pick. We're going to say equal to the currently whatever time this time slot item. Okay, if that's the case, actually you can compare it, right? It's not letting us compare it. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to compare the values, which is going to be a lot of work, but it is what it is, right? So what we can do is we can do a multiple condition, and here what we can do is we have a condition. So we're gonna say time slot item data structure field. Well, this is going to be a condition. We're going to say time slot item data structure field from is equal to page state time slot pick data structure field from. Okay, next we're going to we need to confirm this. We're going to copy this, and now we need to compare to, and 2 is also, now this is going to be 2, and this is going to be 2. Okay, so now we're comparing if the from matches and the 2 matches. Now we can do it. I don't understand why it's not letting us compare it. Okay, it should be able to do it. And if they are compared, we're going to do this. If they're not true, we're gonna do this. Let's see if this works. Let's go ahead and restart our app here. Let's do a rebuild. All right, let's go ahead and add this. You see that? That's really cool. I like this. All right, so now we know what's picked. We know what's in the app. We know what's in the page state. Okay, so that is done. We still have that issue, right, with the time, the timestamps. And so what I recommend that we do, what I propose, is we change this from a timestamp to an integer, right? Because we know when the order is created. Obviously, when it's created, right, when the order is created, that's when they place the order. And so we should be able to match these things up. Okay, so there's no need to do it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just make it an integer here. I'm going to edit this column, and so it's telling us, we can use that, but I'm just going to make it an integer. In fact, this integer right here, and it's not letting us do it because we already have some orders, right? So we won't be able to cast it. And so what I propose that we just delete these. All right, that's why we're testing. Okay, so we have this order items. We're going to delete all that as well. Delete this and then delete this right here. And now we'll be able to modify it, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put, I'm going to edit this, and I'm going to say into. So it looks like it's not letting me do it. Not a problem. I'm just going to redo the field. I'm going to delete this, and I am just going to redo it. Okay. Now, sometimes that is what you got to do, right? And we're going to come in here and we're going to say time from. I'm just going to make it an integer. You could just use into. Just for very, very simple, small numbers, you can use one of these ones, right? Just this 2-byte integer, because we're storing very small values, right? It's going to be just 2 digits, right? So you can just use this into. That's fine. We're going to do that. And we're going to say time 2, and I'm just going to say into. Okay, and I'm going to place this right here, and I'm going to jump back into FlutterFlow and jump into Supabase, get my schema. And now if you go into orders, we have these intos here. Okay, so what this means is we should be able to save this directly. And so if we come into order, open this, come in here, we can add 2 fields. This is going to be time from, and this is going to be time to. And here what we can do is we get our time slot, data structure field, and we have this from. Now it matches, and now it's not a problem. Data structure field 2. Okay, and later on we can reconcile what the time slot is. And in fact, we might not even need to reconcile, because we know what the date is. We know when they place the order, and we know if there's another date that they're picking, we know that when the order is going to be placed. We just need the time of day, right? We don't really care about the time zone and all of that. That can be stored in another field. And in fact, it might be a good idea to tell them that the next delivery date is for this date. And that way, they can pick the date maybe in a couple of days, and the time slots are gonna connect to that date. And that is something that I might do as well. But right now, let's fix this. Custom function needs to be rechecked. And if you want to modify this function, you can change 7 to something else. But 7 is the maximum time slots that you can have in a day, provided that each time slot is 2 hours. If a time slot is 1 hour, then you can make this more. It could be 10, 11, etc. If you have a time slot that's 6 hours, right, then you might only have 2 time slots, right? So it depends on how you want to do it. Okay, so let's go ahead and restart the app, and let's see if our time slots are saved correctly. All right, here we are. Let's go ahead and add this 4 units. Sounds good. Checkout 8 to 12. I like 8 to 12. I'm gonna place my order, and I'm gonna say pay. Order has been placed. Let's jump back in here, and we have this order here, 8 to 10, new. And if we go into products, we have the products here, right? So this is for a different order. Actually, no, the order items. That's where I wanted to go, right? We have this order ID here. All right, so this thing works. One thing that I wanted to do is maybe have them, well, not maybe, but definitely have them select a date. So we can have them select a calendar. We can place a calendar, maybe a weekly view, and they can select the date and a time slot. All right, I think that's going to work really, really well. So let's go ahead and do that real quick. We're going to go into our confirmation page. That's why we have the confirmation page, because there's still a lot of things that they need to do. So we have this container, we have this row. Let's go ahead and add a calendar. There's a calendar, and this calendar, we are going to do a start on Monday, and we're going to do a week view. And so what we can do is we can put it all the way to the top, something like this. Okay, so now we have this, put this on top, and we have our calendar. Let's do a little bit of padding for the calendar. Okay, so something like this, pick a time slot, should be under the calendar. So something like this. Okay, that looks good. And this, yeah, looks good, looks clean. And that way they can pick a date, and they can pick a date here. We're going to save the delivery date. We're going to pass it there, and they can pick a time slot as well. Okay. So let's go ahead and let's take a look what's happening. We're going to pass this. I'm going to define it, and we're going to pass the delivery date. And here we're gonna do date time, confirm, and now we're gonna pass it. And we're gonna do widget state, calendar selected date. And here it doesn't matter because it should be the same, because it's not a calendar that gives you start and end date. So whatever they pick is whatever they see, and we're gonna add another field to our orders. Insert a column. We're gonna say, what do we have? Time from delivery date. Yeah, let's just do delivery date. And this is, we're gonna do timestamp. And now we have this delivery date. I'm gonna put that right there. Come back here, Supabase, get schema. We're gonna select the date. We're gonna pass the date to our order page, and here we're gonna save it. Right here, we're gonna add it here. And this is not gonna be the ID, it's gonna be delivery date. And we have this parameter delivery date. Okay, confirm. Okay, so let's go ahead and do a quick test, and then we are done with this part of the flow. Go ahead and check our functions. Should be fine. Okay, let's go ahead and start a new session. All right, let's go ahead and see what's happening here. We have this, view card, checkout, and let's say we choose this date here, and we choose this, place order, pay. Order has been placed. Come back here. We should see a new order, right? This is the delivery date, and these are the time slots. Okay, order status is new, and order ID was 4 and with one item, right? Order ID was 4 with one item. Okay, so as you can see, this flow is working nicely. All right, so the next thing that I want to work on is the whole payment flow. Okay, so I want to be able to get the users to pay for the products, and after they pay, we're going to be provisioning the order. Now, the way this is going to work is, first we're going to be using Stripe, and Stripe has an excellent service called checkout. And so what that allows us to do is that it's going to be a two-step process, right? The first thing we're going to do is we're going to create a custom checkout link just for that order, just for that shopping cart. Okay, so it's going to have the price, the name of the order, etc., etc. And then when they click the link, they are going to be entering this information, credit card information, etc., etc., on Stripe's website. So this is a lot better because we're not collecting this information ourselves. Essentially, they are, it's everything is done on Stripe's website. Now, when they enter all the information, their credit card information, and they purchase, we get notified that the purchase, the order has been completed. It is successful. And so at that point, we can, we can do something. We can change the order status. We can start provisioning the order. All right, so let's get started with this. And to help with the integration, with the Stripe integration, we are going to be using an awesome tool called BuildShip. And so here I am logged into my BuildShip dashboard here, and this is where we're going to be creating our integrations with Stripes, and this is going to be done with in the form of two workflows. The first one is going to be creating this payment checkout link, and the second one is going to be listening for payment events. Okay, so let's go ahead and create that first workflow where we are going to be creating this payment link. Now, the best way to do it is by using an existing template. Okay, so you can just click on template, click on payment, and you want to be using this template here. Okay, it has 90% of what you need. So once you've imported this template, you can delete this one. We don't really need this one, that node, and you're going to be left with 3 nodes. Okay, this is going to be the link, create checkout link. It's a post, which means we can send a bunch of data, and this is the star of the show. This node here is what's actually going to be creating the payment link. Okay, so you have to fill out the information here. Okay, and so what you need to do is you need your Stripe secret, and if you jump into your Stripe account and you make sure you're in the test mode, you can go into API keys and you want to get the secret key. Okay, so you want to get the secret key here, and that secret key is going to be used to integrate with your Stripe account. So I copied my secret key. I'm going to jump back here and I'm going to paste it right here. Okay, so I'm going to come in here. I'm just going to paste it directly. Now, the product name is the name that's going to be displayed when they do the checkout. So I'm just going to say grocery delivery. Okay, now the product image, I'm just going to I'm just gonna have a blank. Okay, so this is the image that you may want to, display. It could be a store logo, etc. I'm just going to leave it blank. Now the unit price, this is going to be dynamic. So this needs to be passed from here. Okay. And so this is going to be passed here and we're going to pick it up here. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to select request. I'm going to select body and I'm going to click here. In fact, I'm going to edit this and I'm going to say price. Okay, and it has the generated image and you can remove that by coming here and you can just delete this here. Okay, that's from the template. We're not going to be using it. And in fact, what you can do is, this is a good one, is you can go into body and you can create a, the stuff that's going to be in the body. So one is going to be the price and we're going to have another one, right? We're also going to have the, we're going to have the order ID. And so I'm going to put order ID here, and this is going to be the order ID. Okay, because we are going to be, we're going to be passing the order ID. So that way, when we get back the payment successful, we're going to know what the order ID is. And we're also going to be passing in the price because we need to display the price to the user. So we're going to hit save. And so now if you jump back to unit price, you can actually grab it here. You can just go into variables, request, and it's going to be price here, body, and that's it. Okay, now you have the price here. Currency is USD. Success URL. So this is going to be the URL that's going to be redirected, that your user is going to be redirected to after they successfully submit the payment. Here you can just put, this is going to be your web apps URL. I'm just going to put Google for now, and that's it. Now for the metadata, this is the stuff that you want to include so that when you get that trigger that an order has been successful, you know the order, right? Because you might have multiple orders and multiple triggers. And so here what we're going to do is we're going to have one field. We're just going to have order ID, and I'm going to have that order ID, right? So I'm going to go into variables, request, body, order ID. Okay, and so that way, in fact, it's going to be right here. It's going to be order ID, and yeah, order ID. That looks good. So that order ID is going to be available to us. We're going to know once we get that trigger, once we get that callback. Now, the purpose of this workflow is to generate a payment link, right? And so here, what you want to be doing is you want to be returning the payment link. So I'm gonna delete all this. Okay, and I'm going to go into variables. I'm going to go in here and I'm going to have this checkout session, because this thing does a lot of things, but at the end of the day, we want the URL. It says here, the URL of the checkout session. Okay, this is correct. So now you can ship it, you can deploy it, and you have a link. So this is the link that the user is going to click. It's going to generate a session checkout URL. And then we're going to redirect the user on that checkout URL so that they can complete the payment. All right, so we're going to copy this. Next, we're going to jump back into our app and we're going to create an API call. We're going to add an API call right here, and we're going to call it payment stripe checkout. This is going to be post. We're going to paste it in here, and in the body, we're going to be passing the variables, right? So things like the price and the order ID. So we're going to come in here, add the variables, price and order ID. So the order ID is going to be an integer, and price needs to be an integer as well. And you're going to see why, right? You may be thinking this is a double, but no, it's going to be an integer, and I'm going to explain to you in just a second. So I'm going to add this call. We're going to come into body, and here we're going to have our body, right? So the first one is price. Here is the order ID. Paste it in here, and that's it. Format. Let's go ahead. That should be double quotes. It doesn't like single quotes. Okay, and so now we have the body of the request that we're going to be sending to BuildShip to right here. Okay, and so now we can test it out. This is a good time to test. And the price, now when you are sending the prices to Stripe, you need to multiply by 100. So if it's $50, you need to send 5,000. If it's $50.50, it's going to be 5,050. Okay, so that way it's always an integer. There is no, cent component. It's just a pure number. So I'm going to send 5,000. That is $50. And the order ID, I'm just going to put 100 as the order ID. Okay. And that's it. So now let's go ahead and test it out. See if that works. Okay. We're running it. And as you can see, it's successful. We're not, we're getting back status 200 success. Looks good. And if you scroll all the way down, you have this URL, right? And this is going to be the checkout URL that you present to your users, okay? And if you look at this response here, you're going to be seeing some interesting information, right? There's all of this like cancel URL here, invoice creation, a lot of interesting things. We did not send the metadata, right? So we can also send the metadata as well, and that is something that we're going to be doing from BuildShip. Okay, so at this point, we get back this URL, and actually what you want to do it here is you want to make sure you're capturing that URL. So you want to scroll all the way down, add JSON path, and you want to say this is checkout URL. Okay, and here you can just hit save. Okay, and so now, and in fact, I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to use a tool that makes it a lot easier, this JSON viewer here. And so that way I can paste it, and you can scroll down, you have this URL. Okay, so now you can just copy that. You can just copy this link, and you can open it up. And this is what the user is going to see, right? So this is $50, and they need to fill this out. They need to click pay. When they click pay, and if everything is okay, we're going to be getting that second event that we're going to be creating a flow right now. All right, so the first part is done, right? So if we come over here, the first part is done. The second thing that I want to do is I want to create another workflow, and this is going to be for Stripe events. Okay, so we're going to do the Stripe event. And in fact, let's go ahead and rename this first one. I'm just going to say Stripe checkout link. And so we're going to come here, and here we're going to add a trigger. And this is going to be a Stripe webhook, and we're going to be listening for events. The first thing is we need the secret key. And looks like we don't have it in the clipboard anymore. We're going to jump back here, API keys, and copy the secret key. Come back here and paste it in here. Now, the Stripe event that we want to listen to is this one. Checkout.session.completed. That's what we want to be listening to, because that way we know that the session is successful and we can grab, everything that we need. We can change the order status and all that. But right now, I'm going to add a logging message so that we can see, what's going on, right? We're just going to log this whole Stripe event here, and then we're going to click ship, and that's going to deploy, right? So now it's integrated with Stripe, and now if Stripe, something happens on the Stripe side in terms of the events that we care about, we're going to get notified, right? Workflow successfully deployed. And so now if we fill out this payment form, one of our triggers, that Stripe's trigger, will execute. Okay, and so we're going to get all this data back. So let's go ahead and try this out. I'm going to put test at test.com. Here you can put this fake credit card information. Remember, we're using a test environment, so you don't need, we're not working with real money. 1 2 3, I'm just going to put James, and I'm going to hit pay. Okay, so now it's executing. It's charging my credit card for $50, and hopefully I should get an event that I have successfully completed all this. Okay, so let's wait a couple of moments. Okay, now it's successful here, and we are redirected to Google, because that was the success URL. Obviously, this is going to be something in your app, or you may want to display a payment receipt or something like that. But now I'm going to close this, and I'm going to open up the logs for this. This should have been triggered, right? Let's go ahead and refresh, and we see success because it was triggered. And if you take a look at this log message here, and here we have a lot of information having to do with this particular request. And so now let's bring it all together. So what you want to do is you want to go back to FlutterFlow here. You want to come back here, and because we are no longer going to be collecting credit card information ourselves, we really don't need this page. And so remember, this was from the confirmation page. It was redirected there. So we can take care of everything on this page here, right? So we have this button here, and what's going to happen here is we're going to execute the API call, we're going to get the checkout link, and we're going to immediately redirect the user to that checkout link. Okay, so I'm going to come in here, I'm going to add my action, I'm going to come here, and this is going to be an API call. This is going to be Stripe checkout. And we're going to set additional variables. So we're going to set our order ID here. And here we need to know the order ID. And in order to know the order ID, we need to actually create the record in Supabase. So I'm going to do that in a second. I just want to make sure the flow works. I'm just going to put 1,000 for now. And I'm going to pass the price. Now, the price we do have, but the problem with the price is that it's a real number. We need to multiply it by 100 first, because that's the price that Stripe accepts. Okay, So we're going to come here and we're going to be doing a code expression, and we're going to pass the real price. And this is going to be total cost, and we're going to be passing a double. And so we're going to come back here, and I think we have a custom function that does that, just total cost. I'm going to come in here, shopping cart, confirm, confirm, and we have that. So now we have this total cost, and the only thing that's left is multiplying by 100. And so we're going to take this total cost and we're going to multiply it by 100. Let's see what we're returning. Yeah, we're returning an integer. That's fine. We're going to see what's happening. So we have an error, and it's telling me type double cannot be returned from a function with a return type of int. And that is because this function returns a double. Okay. So what we need to do is we need to convert it to an integer, and you can just simply do this. Okay. And then you can just check. Okay. No errors. Confirm. And now we are going to be sending the price into our BuildShip workflow here, and we're going to get back a URL back. And so what we need to do is we need to redirect the user, right? We need to do launch URL. We're going to do from variable, and we're going to come here, action outputs, come here, and we're going to find that URL that was generated. This is for my predefined path. Remember, we have this checkout URL. And that will immediately redirect the user. We're going to create the URL and redirect the user there. Here we are going to come in here, and what we're going to do is we're going to show an error message, right? So something like an information dialog box, error, API error. Okay, and this is going to be the message here. We're going to go to action outputs, and we're just going to do raw body text. Just display everything, okay? And so this is our API call, and let's jump into BuildShip. I want to just double check a couple of things. So the unit price, is this being set correctly? Let me see. Yep, price is being set correctly, and the order is being set correctly in the metadata, and we're setting it right here, right? So we have price, and we have order ID, and this is the order ID, and we need to make sure that we're passing it correctly here. So I'm just going to put order ID here like this, and let's jump back into FlutterFlow, and let's take a look at our API call if we are doing it correctly. Stripe checkout body, you see, yep, this is right. Order ID, everything is lowercase. Price is also in lowercase. Let's just double check. This is important. You can just come in here. Price lowercase, order ID, everything is lowercase, and then it basically is going to pull it up here. This price is going to be pulled up here. And the in the metadata, see, it's invalid, so we need to make sure. And see here, it should be just order ID, and we need to make sure. There we go. Okay, so this is all lowercase. Let's go ahead and ship this, deploy it here, so that we are capturing the values, because the values are being passed from here, right? All lowercase, looks good. It looks good to me. Okay, so now let's go ahead and run our app and see what happens. So I'm going to go ahead and create a test environment and see what's going on. All right, so here's our app. Let's go ahead and log in first. All right, we're logged in. We are ready to do some shopping. I'm going to come back here, add this. I'm going to add multiple units of this, view cart. I'm going to do a checkout, and here I'm going to choose a date and a time slot. We have 5 units for a total of 1650. Now Stripe is going to receive 1,650. Okay, that is going to be $16.50. Okay, so it needs to be multiplied by 100. And in fact, I think we forgot to do it. Oh, we did it actually. We actually did it. I remember. So let's go ahead and test this out. We're going to hit place order. Now it's creating that link, and it redirected to that link. And this is the price, right? Grocery delivery, $16.50. Okay, so now if we jump into BuildShip, we can see what's happening, right? So if we come into this checkout link, we can see that it was just created, right? And this is this success right here. You see that amount, subtotal, success URL. We have all of that here. And this is the request, and we can take a look at what's happening here. We can take a look here. We can take a look at the result, right? So this was the result here. All of this information. Let's take a look. This is the URL that we redirected the user to, and this is the metadata, right? Order ID is 1000. That's what we passed from our app. This is also going to be dynamic in just a second. And so now let's go ahead and complete this order. Let's put some fake information here because we're using a test environment, and let's put James. I'm going to go ahead and pay, and we're going to get redirected to Google because that is our success link. And as you can see, we have been redirected. And now if we jump back into BuildShip, check out the second workflow, Stripe events, open it up, we should see a new success. And we do see this success. We have a log message as well, so we can take a look at the stuff that we logged. So here you can take a look at all these things here. This is the stuff we were logging. This is all the information, the user information, all the stuff. So if you click on metadata, we see that order 1000. And so we get that trigger, right? We get that callback, and we know what order was just completed, because you can have multiple orders happening and you don't know what order was just completed. So we see that order ID is 1000. And now what we can do is we can check the status. We can change the status. And so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to create another node. I'm going to search for Supabase. And here I can get a row, I can list, I can get columns, and I can update a row with token, or I can just update a row here. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to update a row. And for that, I need some information, right? So I'm going to jump into my Supabase, project settings, API, URL, come back here, paste the URL here, API key, this is the API key, come back, paste it in here. Now the table name is, let's take a look, which table are we working with? So if we come over here, we have a table called orders, right? And this is the table that we need to update the status. So it's both new, we're going to change it to something like started or something of that sort. So we're going to come back to BuildShip, going to put orders. And here we need a filter. We need to find that order ID. And so for that, we need to know the order ID. We're not, we are being passed it, right? We are passing it. It's a fixed one. So we can use that, right? So what I can do is I can create a filter. And typically filters are ID equals to equal, and then the actual order ID. So we can come here, Stripe event. And so we have the type, we don't have. So what we need to do first is we need to capture it, right? We need to capture the actual event. And so what we can do is we see it, right? If we come over here, right? If we open this up in the success, we see it, right? So there's the Stripe webhook event, and if we scroll down, data object, is that the one? Let's take a look. There's a metadata. Okay, so that's what we want. So we can just copy that, come back here, and let's see if that works. And there's the order ID, but we need the whole path, right? So we're gonna come back here and let's go ahead and try to look it up. And so what I can do is I see this event. We already know that event. So next we need data object, and then it's going to be metadata and then order ID. So let's try to remember this. Event data object metadata. Is that right? Event data object metadata order ID. So let's try to remember this. Okay, so I'm gonna come back here, I'm gonna go to Stripe event. This is our event, and I'm gonna say event data object, is it metadata and order ID. Okay, I think that's right. Let's double check again. So event data object metadata DOMO. Okay, how's that? DOMO. Okay, let's double check. So let's come back here. Let's make sure we got it right. So event data object DOMO. MO is our metadata. Go ahead and find it. Where's our metadata? Metadata. Yes, right here. And order ID. So yeah, looks good to me. Okay, so that's our filter. That is our filter. We're filtering by ID, data object DOMO. Okay, let's see if that works. Okay, and we have this filter, and now we can update the row, right? So what we want to do is we just want to update the status, and this is easy. Status. Okay, and that's it. That's it. We're just updating one field. We're going to ship this, deploy this thing back, and let's try this again. Let's come back here. Let's place the order. That's going to create a new order. 1650. I'm going to say test. Let's go ahead and complete this. Okay, let's see if that works. It's processing. We're going to get notified, and hopefully it's going to update our Supabase database with the right data. So let's jump back into our Supabase. and it hasn't been updated. And let's go ahead and reload this table, our orders, and it's still new. Okay, so there was an issue. Let's jump back into BuildShip and let's see what's going on. So we have that success there. Okay, so let's take a look here. Update row. Let's take a look. ID equals to Stripe event data object metadata order ID. Let's do this. To debug this, I propose we just put in a, oh, it couldn't update it because we don't have an order. We don't have that order, right? Everything is correct. I'm pretty sure everything is correct. It's just we don't have that record. We only have order ID of 3 and 4. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass this one here, the last one. Let me double check if yeah, this is good because we don't have that order there. I just realized. And so from my app, I'm going to come here and I'm going to pass, I'm going to do it this call. I'm going to pass 4 as the order ID, and that's going to modify that last order. Let's go ahead and rebuild this app. Go ahead and that. Let's rebuild our app. All right, here's the app. Let's go ahead and add a little bit of Gouda cheese. Come by here, view cart. Let's pick a Saturday. We have this place order. Okay, so now it should pass order ID as 42424242. Let's go ahead and pay, and hopefully it should update the order. All right, it's processing. It is done. Let's jump back here. Started. Okay, there you have it. So now we've gone full circle, right? The person places the order, they finish their flow, we get notification, right? We don't know what they're doing, right? We get notification that it was successful. And then we have that second workflow that is listening for these notifications. So it says started here. Now, right now, the payment flow is working perfectly. But the only issue that we have here is we are passing in a set order ID. So we're just passing in like a, order ID of 4 or something. And so what we need to do is we need to actually create the order so that we pass the right order ID of the newly created order. But the issue here is that, remember this order page, this last page in the flow that we're not going to be using anymore. This is the page that's creating all of this, right? It's doing all of these orders. And right now the flow is a little different, right? Because we're not getting to this page because when we create a payment page, we just wait for the user to complete the order. And then when they're done, we can create the order. But if we do it that way, then we need to do all the creation in BuildShip. But we've already done it here, right? So another thing that we can do is we can create the order before they actually, pay, right? So we can actually just save the order. And when and then when they pay for the order, we can start the provisioning process, okay? So that way we just save the order. If they don't pay, no big deal. We're never going to provision that order, but if they pay, we're going to start provisioning the order. So that is something that you can do. And for this, we can just copy this action chain, and we're going to come to this confirmation page. In fact, we can delete this page. We're going to be deleting it in just a little bit. But we can come here, and on this flow here, where we are passing this order ID, before that, we can actually create the actual order, and then we're going to have the real order ID. And so what we can do here is we can paste these actions, okay? So that way we can paste all of these actions. And right now I just pasted one action, and then we need to paste the other actions. But this is a good start, right? Because here is where we're creating the order. And remember, we're setting the status to new, okay? It's only after they finish paying that status is going to be started, right? If they don't finish paying, it's just going to be a new order, which is absolutely fine. And here, we can come over here, and what we can do is we can say action output, new order, and we can get the ID here, okay? And so right now we're just creating the order. We still need to create the order items, which is what I'm going to do next. I'm going to come here, and I'm going to go to order, and I'm going to come back here. I'm going to open this up, and what I want to do is I want to copy this loop, right? So I'm going to copy loop actions, right? That's it. And there's a snack bar, which is fine. So I'm going to come back here, confirmation, open this up, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to paste actions. Okay, so now we have the loop, which is creating the order items, right? So we've created this, and this thing is complaining because we don't have this loop index, and I'm going to create it right here. It needs to be on this page. I'm going to say loop index. That's for the loop, and it's never going to be nullable. It's going to be initialized at 0, and then we're going to come back here, open this up, come back here, and we have this loop index, right? There's the loop index. Confirm. That looks good. We have a bunch of errors. What's going on here? Time from. Okay, so we have this time from, and let's take a look. Do we have this time from? Okay, so it's actually here, right? They're no longer parameters. They're actually widget state values. So I'm going to come back here, and let's go ahead and fix it one by one. So this time from is going to be the it's actually going to be time slot pick data structure field from, okay, because it's thinking these are parameters, because we used to be on another page. Now we're on this page. We're not passing them as parameters, so we need to clean them up a little bit. So time 2 is going to be the same thing. Page state time slot pick data structure 2. Let's go ahead and fix this delivery date. Well, delivery date, I believe, is just a widget state. Calendar selected date. Okay. Order ID. It doesn't know the order ID. Well, we have the order ID, right? This is just action output, new order row ID. This is the same ID that we're passing product ID. Product ID is loop index. Loop index and quantity, same thing. Loop index, I think, is the issue. Yeah, there's loop index, price, and same thing. It's all these loop indexes, even though we have it, but it's from a different page, so it is complaining. And here we need to update page state, and we're updating our loop variable, right? So we're going to come in here, loop index, we can remove this, and we're going to say increment 1. Okay, and that's it. And so what's happening here is lots of things happening. We are creating a new order, and then we're putting in all the order items, right? And the status, very important. It's just new, right? We're not provisioning it. And then we are taking that order ID of that newly created order, we're passing in the price, and if they pay for the order, right, if we process their payment, BuildShip is going to update the status to started. Okay, and this is important. Okay, and so now let's try out this whole flow with the dynamic order ID and see if it works. All right, there's the app. We're going to add a couple of items. Checkout, we're going to select 27, 10 to 12 is a good time. Place order is going to generate the checkout. There's the checkout. I'm going to enter my information real quick. Let's do that. I'm going to pay, and hopefully it will update the right order. Let's see if that works. Come back here, and we have a new order, right? Order number 5, and it's started because we've created it and we paid for it. Okay, so we've come full circle with the payment flow. Now, one thing I noticed that we did not do before is we did not get the user's delivery address. Okay, so on this page, we should be getting their delivery address, and there's actually a really cool way to do that, right? We can have an autocomplete where they start typing an address anywhere in the world, and it's gonna fill it in completely for them, and we're gonna know like the geo coordinates and all of that. And so the idea is we're gonna have a input box, and they're just gonna fill in the address free form, right? Without like the city, state, and all that, and we're gonna get the address. And so we can do that using these APIs. So Google has really good APIs called Places API that we can use. And so if you can check it out here, you can see that I have a full API. You can send pretty much anything, city, state, and it can get you a complete address. It can get you just the city, the state, whatever you want. And in our case, we're going to be getting a complete address. Okay, so you can kind of learn more about this, right? On the Google Maps platform, you need to get an API key as well. And so you can just Google for that. And you also need to make sure that you have enabled this Places API. And then when you do that, and as you can see, I have my API key here. You can enter an address, and you can just enter the language and all that, enter the key. And when you execute this right here, this API, you're going to be getting matches, right? So we have here 770 Van Ness Avenue, which is an address in San Francisco. And so here we have San Francisco. If we scroll down, we have South Van Ness Avenue. We have Fresno, California. We have Los Angeles, right? So Van Ness is not only in San Francisco, right? It's actually a popular city, street name that you can find in all kinds of different cities. Okay, so what we can do is we can build a component, an input field that does this in the background, and as a result it's going to autofill, it's going to autocomplete the addresses for the user. So let's go ahead and do this right now. Let's jump into our app right here, and let's go ahead and add a input box here that will do that, right? So I'm going to add it right here, and I'm going to say text field here, and we're gonna drag it to a needed position right here. So I'm just gonna put it, let's see, maybe right here. Okay, so that not exactly like this. Let's go ahead and try that again. So I'm gonna put it at the top right now. Okay, and let's get it working, and then we're gonna move it towards the middle somewhere, or we can just leave it here. Okay. And so the next thing I want to do is I want to come here and I want to do nice padding to it. I'm going to scroll down and I'm going to do an outline here. I really like that. So here they can just type in their address. Okay, so let's go ahead and find this label. Type your address. And the idea here is they're going to type something. We're going to do an API call in the background that's going to fetch the results and display them here. Now, to do this dynamically, we want to store what they're typing, right? Their input, so that we can rebuild it automatically. Okay. And so we're going to create a page state variable here called address. Yeah, just address. This is going to be a string and it's going to be nullable, right? So if they don't type anything, it's going to be a null value. Okay, we're gonna save that. Now what we need to do is we need to create an API call that is gonna feed data here. And so what we're gonna do is we're gonna create another API here. We're gonna do this, add another API call, and this is going to be called get addresses. Now I already have this API right here. This is the same API call that I just showed you in Google. You can simply use it. It's from that places API. So we're gonna just copy it. It's a get request, but we have some parameters here. So this is going to be the input here. And this is obviously going to be dynamic. So I'm going to say input, and this is going to come from a variable. I'm going to create a new variable. Next, we have language. I'm going to put it English US. This is going to be here, string. And we also have the key. Okay, and this is a key that you need to get yourself right here. You can just paste that there. This is a string. Add call, and we need to configure our variable here, right? This is the input right here. Now you can click on add call. Well, you need to configure this right here. Oh, we need the values. Okay, so let's go ahead and populate the values because these are set here and we need the key. Okay, add call. Okay, so now we have the call, and so now we can test it out, right? You always want to do that. So if I type 770 Van Ness Avenue and we go ahead and do test, we're going to get results, right? So we have these predictions. We have this one here, 770 Van Ness, San Francisco. Then we have Fresno, etc., etc. So now what we need to do is we need to capture the data that's important to us, okay? So what kind of data is important to us? Well, first of all, we want to get, so if you take a look at the request here, you can actually view it right here. It's a lot better. What do we want? Well, we want this thing here. We want the actual address, right? Another thing that we might want is main text and secondary text, right? Because this is the street and this is the city and all the other things. This can be useful for us. And also the place ID can be useful for us because this place ID can be used to get the coordinates. Okay, so I'm gonna jump back and I'm gonna go ahead to fetch the stuff that's important to me. So let's go through this. We have this main text. I'm gonna save that. That's the first part. And then I want the secondary text. This is the secondary text. And then I also want to get, this is what I want to get. I want to get this description right here. Okay, so let's go ahead and label these. This is street addresses. This is whatever city address. And this is just full address. Okay, now we're gonna hit save, and now we have this information. Okay, so now let's go ahead and create the logic. Okay, so we have this page state variable. Okay, and the purpose of the page state variable is to rebuild this widget as the user is typing stuff, right? So what I'm gonna do first is I'm gonna feed it with data, right? So we're gonna come here, we're gonna add this query, and I'm gonna do a API call. I'm going to select this get addresses. I'm going to add the variable. The variable is going to be this input, and it's going to come from our page state address. This is what the user is typing, and the page state variable is going to be updated with this action here. So we're going to open this up, and it's not going to be on submit, it's going to be on change, because as the user is typing stuff, it's changing. We want it to feed, we're going to update the page state variable. Okay, so we're going to update this. Set value on the widget state by from the widget state. Okay, now the next thing that we need to do is we need to get the autocomplete working, right? Thankfully, these text fields, they have autocomplete built in. Okay, so if you scroll down, you have this autocomplete. We're going to enable it, and we are going to set up our options. So we're going to go to this get response, and we're going to select this full address, and that's it. Okay, now we're gonna have these autocompletes, these choices, and you can select it, and it's gonna set the address there. Okay, now let's go ahead and start our test session and see how this looks. All right, here's the app. Let's go ahead and log in. All right, we have logged in. Let's go ahead and go through the flow. Add this, let's say 3 units, view card, checkout, and here is our address. Okay, so now we can start typing. So let's say I type 770 Van Ness, and here are the results. Okay, so as you can see, there's Washington DC, McLean, Fresno, etc. So if we select one of these, we have the full address. So this is a really nice flow. I always love seeing this functionality. Whenever I'm shopping or buying things and I need to fill in the address, I love seeing this functionality because it means that I don't need to fill out like 10 different fields, right? So I can type something like 35, and you're gonna see various addresses. So like Collins Avenue, and here you see Spring Valley, New York, Bahamas, Port Monmouth, New Jersey, and you can select that, and it's filled in. Okay, so this is really nice. And so what I want to do is I want to be able to save this address, and I also want to be able to save the place ID in case I need to get the coordinates. Okay, because remember, we get this place ID here, right? So we get this place ID right here, and we can use that to get the coordinates so that we can display it on the map if we need to do that. Okay, so I'm gonna jump back, and I'm gonna go into my Supabase here, and I'm gonna take a look at orders, and as you can see, I do not have the address field. So I'm gonna add another column here. I'm gonna say address. This is gonna be text, and that's it. Okay, and so this is where we're going to be storing the address information here, and we can also store the reference in case we need to look it up and get coordinates. So I'm going to say address reference, or address reference, and this is going to be another text right here, and we're going to hit save. All right, so now we have 2 extra fields, address and address reference. So we need to make sure that we are saving this information, right? And where is it going to save? Well, I believe it's going to save here, and it will save here. So we don't really need to do anything. We just need to fill it out. The user enters it, we get all this data, and we can just save it here. Now, we also want to make sure that this field is required, right? They need to enter their address. And so the way we do it is we can wrap this in a form. Okay, so we can come over here and do form validation here. Okay, and here on the form, we can specify validation, right? So that needs to be validated, right? Field is required, please choose an option, etc., right? So that's going to make sure that it's validated. There's also a couple of other things that we can do here. You can show clear field icon. You can also specify the update delay, right? So how soon do you want to do that backend call after the user types something, right? So you can check this out. So you can put something like, I don't know, 500 milliseconds, something. So that's half a second. So if I type something in a half a second, it should refresh it. And there's also a couple of other things that you can make it a little bit nicer. You can do this dense, kind of does this, pretty cool effect. And so now if you reload this test environment, we should have this validation to make sure that the the field has some value. The user actually enters this address. All right, come in here, add view card, checkout, and now type your address. Okay, so it says here field required, which is important. So I can type 770 Van Ness Avenue, and now we see various options, right? So I can pick this. or I can type 35 Collins Avenue, and now I see the options here. Okay, so you know this works all over the world, right? This is not these address this address search is not just limited to the US, right? All over the world you can type, you can even type Madrid if you want. So if you type Madrid, you can just pick Madrid, Spain. Okay, so but you obviously need a complete address, and so you can type any address that you want, and it will work. So if I type something like 50 Washington Avenue, that's gotta match somewhere, you know. Okay, so there you have it. Okay, and so here you have the complete address. Okay, really cool. And now the only thing that's left is to save this field. So let's go ahead and save it, and we can do that right here. So we're going to be adding a backend role, but we need to refresh our Supabase schema, get schema, come back here, open this, and we can just add it right here. Let's go ahead and address this address right here, and that's going to come from widget state. Okay, type your address. Okay, so that should save it right there. All right, so let's go ahead and reload our app. Let's test the entire flow and make sure that that order is being saved. We're not going to be doing the payment right now, so that order is going to be in the new status, but at least I just want to make sure that the address is saved correctly. All right, come back here, add this, view cart, checkout. Let's do, there's the address. So let's do Saturday delivery, 10 to 12, place order. All right, so now let's go ahead and check out if that address is saved, and it should be saved right here. Okay, so we have this new order and it is saved right here. And then later on, we can get the reference when we need it, right, for different purposes, but at least the address is being saved correctly. All right, so now we are in the final home stretch here. Okay, we're almost done. I just noticed that when they place an order, when the user places an order, it's there's a feature where that displays that the order is in progress, and that's on the home page. Okay, so that's what we want to do next, and still a couple of things to do, and we're pretty much done. Okay, lots and lots of things went into building this app, just a couple of last things. Okay, so let's go ahead and create this container here on the home page that will be displayed if there is like a new order, right? A new or started, but not like a finished order, right? Because when the order is finished, there's really no reason to display it. Okay, so if we go to the home page here, what we can do is we can display it here, right, before the list of items. Okay, and so we have here, we have our stack, we have this first column, we have this container, and so I believe it's being displayed. Yeah, it's just being displayed underneath the search bar. And so what we want to do is we want to add another container just below this and above this. Okay, so I'm going to come here, I'm going to do a container, and I'm going to drag it to the top. Okay, and we are going to put it right here for now. And for now, we're just going to leave this container here, and what we can do is we can drag this other one above it. Okay, so now we have this container, and I'm going to rename it. This is going to be this order status container, or just order status. And let's go ahead and fix it up. So I'm going to give it a, well, how does it look? So there's actually a lot of things going on. There's like an icon here. So we need two columns with an icon in this first column, and then four rows in the second column. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's add a row, and inside the row we're gonna have two columns. Okay, so now we have two columns, and this second column is gonna be maxed out, and this first column is just gonna have the icon. So we're gonna do icon here. It's obviously gonna be bigger, and here we're gonna have 3 or 4 rows. Let's do 3 rows for now, and we have this order status. Let's go ahead and fix the icons, make it a little bit bigger. Okay, let's do a little bit of padding. Let's do a padding on this, on the column. Okay, that looks better. And let's do padding from the top. That looks better. And let's do padding on this column. That looks great. And we can also do padding on the rows. And for the rows, I want to do padding from the bottom. So something like this. And let's make it a little bit bigger. In fact, we can remove the height, and that's gonna stretch out. Let's do, yes, we need to do it on all of this. What did we did? We did 10, and yeah, we don't need to do that. All right, here we're gonna do text. We're gonna do text. We're gonna do text. Okay, and let's go ahead and fill it in. So what exactly do we need to do? Order ID. So that's going to be the order ID. This is going to be the status, and this is going to be the delivery slot, and that's pretty much it. That's all we need to do. So here we need to pull up the order, the last order for the person, right? So if they have a couple of orders, we're just going to be displaying the last order. All right, so here we're going to do a query, do a Supabase query here, and we're going to do orders, and we're just going to get single row, and we are going to have a filter. The filter is going to get it by the user ID, authenticated user ID, and here we want to order them by created at. And here we have the filter. So this is going to give us the orders. Okay, so now we can display what we need to display. And what do we need to display? Order ID. Let's do combined text, order number, and we're going to get our orders row. Next, we're going to display prepare. That's the status. And this is going to be the time slot. Okay, so here's going to be the status. Let's do a default value. Empty, and here's going to be the time slot of that order. So we're going to do time from, time to. Okay, we're going to do that, and actually let's do combine, and this is going to be orders time from, and this is going to be time to. Like, you can just search for it, and I'm going to put a separator, right? Just a dash. Okay, so now we have that, and we need to make sure that this order status is only displayed if there's an order, right? So in fact, we can do that here. I don't think it gives us the ability to do that. No, it doesn't give us the ability to do that. No problem. We'll just do a conditional. And the other thing that I want to do is I want to fix the way. Okay, so something like this, and let's do padding. Okay, perfect. And let's give it a border. Let's give it a border color. How does that look? That looks nice. Should we do rounded? Yeah, we should do rounded edges, do order status, and let's do border radius of 5. Okay, that looks kind of cool. That looks pretty cool. Let's also do it on the search. Let's do a padding on the search as well. Okay, and remember, we have this column here to kind of push things to the bottom so we can display this thing. Okay, that looks really good. Let's do conditional. Let's do a conditional here. And for the conditional to work, we need to get this order information before. And so what we're going to do is we're going to get this, we're going to cut it, and we're going to do it at the top level. It's only one order, so it's absolutely okay. We can just do it here. We're just going to paste it. Okay, so now we have this order. We're going to display it here, but we can do conditional. Okay, let's go ahead, conditional, and orders row ID is set, which is there. Okay, so let's go ahead and run this out. Let's go ahead and reload it, start a new session, and let's see how it looks. Okay, we have a couple of issues. Order number, yeah, because we moved the order with the query. Let's fix this. This is status, and this is going to be text combo time from. Let's go ahead and start a new session and see how that looks. No, we don't have any errors. It should work. All right, there we go. All right, and there we go. And so as you can see, we're seeing the order here, new, and this is the time. So we need to fix this. Right, we definitely need to fix this. I think it's in 24-hour standard, so we need to fix it a little bit. But this is order number 3, and if we jump back into our Supabase, we're actually displaying the oldest order. Okay, so we need to display the last one. So I think we have the sort incorrectly there. So let's go ahead and take a look. Order status, this one right here. Yeah, it's set to, yeah, it should be decreasing, right? That should give us the last one first, and that's what it's trying to display. Now here, let's come back here to this one, right? So we need to fix this. This is a text combo, and so it's time from. So what we can do is we can add another one. This is going to be the current date, right? Because we have the date created at, and we can display, Friday, we can do it like this, and then we can do another one. Put it right here, space it, and this time from, yeah. And so that way it's going to display the date, and it's going to be time from, time to. Okay. Now here we can also, add the formatting, right? So what we can do is we can come here, we can put that there, and we can do this here. And this is going to be like this. 0, 0, 0, 0. Okay, lots of stuff happening to get it just the way we want. Let's go ahead and reload this and see how it looks. All right, looks there. You see it, right? Friday, April 26th. Actually, that's the order. That's when the order was created, right? Actually, the date should be different. So if we jump here, we have this delivery date, right? That's what we should be using, okay? So let's go ahead and fix that. This should be not the created at, but the delivery date. And as simple as that. but everything looks good, right? You know, there's a spacing there, and you know, you can kind of fix it, but you know, if we reload this, it's going to display the delivery date, and the delivery date was the day after. Okay, so let's go ahead and refresh this, rebuild our app here, and there you see it's Saturday 10 to 12. Okay, and this is military time. Okay, in our case, new order number 6. This is the last order, because at this point we were testing and we have a couple of pending orders, right? So we have all of these orders. I'm just displaying the last order because that's how it works. The app should not allow you to play multiple orders, right? If I order a bunch, and you know, let's say I'm waiting for the order, it's just going to display the last order. Okay, that's kind of how we have it. You can display multiple orders, you can just display a list. It's up to you how you want to do it. If you want to display a list, then you know, you can just what you're going to do is you're going to come here, and you're not going to be doing a single row. You're going to do list. You're going to select list of rows, and that way you can just list them here if you want, right? You can just list them as a list that wraps inside this order status. Very, very easy. But apart from that, it looks kind of clean. All right, so let's take a look. So we have this order. Now, if I delete the order, it should not be displayed. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come here. I'm going to delete all my orders. I'm going to delete order items first, and I'm going to delete this right here. Okay, and so now if I refresh it, I should not see it. Okay, so there you see it. You don't see it anymore because we don't have that order anymore, right? But if I create the order, if I come back here, view card, checkout, let's say I want a 28, 12 to 14, I type my address, 770 Van Ness Avenue, and we have this now. This is cool. Okay, there it is. You see, as I'm typing, it knows it, right? So, right, or I can even type San Francisco. So I can even type San Francisco here, San Francisco if I want, but that doesn't really make sense. So look at that, 770, I start typing, it sees it. Okay, and I can select it right there, place my order. Okay, and now if I go back, I should have this order right here. So we have this order here, 12 to 14 status new. And if I go back to the app, so let's say I reload this, I should see that pending order. Okay, and there we have it. So we have this order. We do need to format it. I'm not sure I'm a big fan of this text, but that's a UI thing, right? That's something you guys need to decide, right? The functionality is there. It's displaying it. It's not going to display it if it's not there. Very, very clean. One last thing that I want to do is I may want to display the orders here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create an option here to display orders. One last thing here, let's go to profile, and I'm just gonna do orders here. Just gonna change this, and I'm gonna delete all this. Well, I'm gonna, you know what? I'm gonna leave these. I'm gonna leave these. Maybe you guys want to change it. Okay, I'm just gonna leave this. And what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna link it to another page that's gonna display the orders. Okay, so I'm gonna create another page, and let's come here. Let's create a new page, blank page, order history. Okay, one last thing, and this is going to be our order history. And we need a back button. So let's get a back button, button color. This thing here, remember, it doesn't show up. I mean, it's there. It's going to be there, but for some reason, it doesn't show up. So this is the background color, and this is the button color. So I'm going to make it white. Okay, and it's going to be there. Okay, so we're going to see this, and this is going to be the order history. And what I want to do is I want to have a list, and I want to take the this thing here. I want to use this thing, this order status container. I'm going to copy that. I'm going to go back to order history, come back here, right click, paste, and we have this, and now we can display all the orders. So this list view is going to do a Supabase query orders, and this time we're doing list of rows, and ordering is going to be we're going to order by created at, and we're going to decreasing. So the new orders are the latest orders are going to be first. Okay, so in this case, pretty much it. Right, it's going to do this query, and now let's go ahead and feed it with data status empty, and this is this combo here. This is the delivery date, this is time from, and this is time to. We have a couple of errors. We don't need this. We don't need conditional anymore. Okay, and that's it. Order history is just going to display all the orders, and you'll be able to go there from the profile page. Okay, let's see how this looks. Let's go ahead and reload our app. All right. we have a pending order. This is our order. We're going to come here, come back here. Oh, we forgot the link. So we're going to go to our profile and we're going to do this on this container level. Going to do navigation. Let's go ahead and reload this. All right. Click here. All right. Here we go. Come back here. Now we have this orders and we have this one order, and that's the only order we have because we deleted everything else. Okay. And so if we create another order, let's come back here and we're seeing this order, right? We need to kind of fix it up. We create another order. Let's say this is 8 checkout and this is 27. This is in the morning. And this is the page, by the way, right? So it's redirecting to the page to complete the order and it's going to update the status. You guys remember all that, right? So if I don't do this, it's going to be new. Okay, so we have this new order here, right? And so if we go back to our app and we forgot the address, right? And so if we reload the app, come back here, go to orders, we see two orders here, right? We see order number 8 and order number 7 here, okay? And there you have it. There you have it. Now, obviously, there's lots of other things that you can do, but it's just a question of what you need to do, right? What I wanted to do, I accomplished, right? We have this nice kind of overlay here, all the different features, right? But you can take this as far as you want. But this is going to be a good start. And plus, the most important thing is that all the techniques that I talked about here, you can use in any app that you want, right? My point is to show you how to build a complex app, but to also show you some techniques that you can take, put them in your toolbox and, you know, leverage them in all kinds of apps, right? Because this is cool. You got to admit, I really like this. I like some of the other techniques that we've implemented, and we were able to implement everything that we wanted to implement, right? From this overlay to the shopping cart, to the searching, to you name it, right? To that address lookup, autocomplete, you name it. Everything is there. And so now it's up to you how far you want to take. And so what you want to do is you want to clone this app, and you'll be able to do it when you become a member of our amazing Patreon community. You'll be able to clone this app, tweak it, learn from it, leverage it, continue building it, do whatever you want. You know, the world is your oyster, as they say. You can do exactly what you want. And that's not all. When you join our amazing Patreon community, you can ask any questions about this app. Our community members and myself will try to help you out if we can. And you also get access to pretty much every other app that we have on this channel. And so it's not going to be just this app. All kinds of apps that I have launched, that I have made tutorials about on this channel are already there on our Patreon page. And that's not all. You're also going to get access to extra content such as Q&As, behind the scenes, our Patreon supported masterclass series where I do deep dives on specific topic that the community votes on, right? So these are not just random videos. These are actually deep dives, what the community wants to know about. And these videos are very, very different from the videos that I have on the channel, right? These are more kind of raw videos where I talk about, you know, different things, where I walk you through the different processes and then answer questions and try to help you out as much as I can. So you're going to get access to that. You're going to get access to all the apps. You're going to get access to this complex app, all the other complex apps that I've launched on this channel. Plus, you're going to be supporting this channel and supporting my work, and we're going to build amazing apps together using your feedback, using your knowledge. We're going to learn from each other, and we are going to take together collectively. We're going to master NoCode and continuously build better and better apps. And so if you're serious about NoCode, if you want to take it to the next level, you want to build apps with it, you got to join our amazing community and start participating, start getting value from it. And additionally, definitely check out my trainings, right? Mastering FlutterFlow and mastering Supabase. You need to master both, because FlutterFlow is the tool that we're using to build these apps, and Supabase is our backend, right? It's our base. This is what I use for all my complex apps, and pretty much all apps I use Supabase because it's so easy to use, it's so intuitive, and it's extremely, extremely powerful. It's not just a database. You can do so many other things with it. And so check out my trainings, Mastering FlutterFlow and Mastering Supabase. And when you join our trainings, you'll also get access to our private community where myself and other community members will be helping you out. And so, don't just close this video. Don't just, stop all this. There's a lot more things that you can learn. There's a lot more steps that you can take. Check out our Patreon and check out our amazing trainings that are going to take your knowledge of no code to the next level.